and gentlemen, welcome to this meeting of the Los Angeles City Board of Public Works. It is Friday, May 7th, 2021. I hope everyone is well and fired up about their days. Good morning, Dr. Campos.
Good morning, President Good. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing roll call and quorum for today. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioners Villegas and Caloza. President Good, you do have a quorum. For the record, all commissioners are dialing in remotely, and with the exception of President Good, who's dialing in from his City Hall office downtown. I myself am dialing in remotely from home, and we're also joined by our General Counsel, Mr. Ted Jordan, who's dialing in remotely. President Good, you also have representatives from all the bureaus on the line as well. And at this time, we currently do not have any public comments, or we do not have any commentary or individuals from the general public that would like to provide any comments on any of the items for today's agenda.
Okay. Thank you. All right. First off, let's quickly take the minutes from Friday, April 16th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Move. Thanks, Commissioner Villegas. I'll take yours as a second. President Pro Tem Davis, Garcia, Caloza, any concerns? All right. Hearing none, the minutes from Friday, April 16, 2021 are adopted. That brings us to a very exciting item, and this is a celebration and presentation around Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and our incredible media gadfly, among other things, Commissioner Jessica Caloza is going to lead us through this presentation and celebration. And without further ado, Commissioner Jessica Caloza.
Thank you so much, President Good, and good morning, everyone. I'm sure this is probably the 20th time I've greeted you that it is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month in the month of May. I have the privilege of kicking off our presentation today to recognize a few of the outstanding Asian American and Pacific Islander women and men of the Department of Public Works for their achievements, service, and contributions, not just to our department, but to the entire city of Los Angeles. Since 1978, May has been dedicated a time to pay tribute to history, culture, and contributions of generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States. It started off originally as a 10-day celebration in the beginning of May to commemorate the arrival of the first Japanese immigrants to the U.S. in May 1843, and the contribution of Chinese workers to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad in May 1869. In 1992, this month was officially designated as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month by Congress. The story of LA's history wouldn't be complete without the rich culture and diversity brought by the waves of immigration and AAPI ethnic groups, which led to the establishment of historic neighborhoods that we all know and love now, like Chinatown, Little Tokyo, Koreatown, historic Filipino town, Thai town, Little Bangladesh, just to name a few. Our large and vibrant AAPI community has continued to contribute to the city through a commitment of social activism and service, along with a strong work ethic and devotion to faith and family. These are just a few of the many reasons why it's important to celebrate and uplift the stories and voices of the Asian American community. As we begin the celebrations for this important month, we must also acknowledge the adversity faced this past year by so many people. Since the start of COVID-19, the Asian American community has been serving as frontline workers across all industries, especially as healthcare professionals who risk their lives to take care of others. Just yesterday, it was actually National Nurses Day, and we know that almost 30% of our healthcare workers here in California are actually Filipino Americans, which is an astonishing number. Today's honorees from the Public Works family are also essential workers who had to pivot and adapt to new ways of doing business to ensure that core services were delivered so that our city would continue to run properly. Many also participated in the city's disaster service worker program to provide aid to our most vulnerable Angelenos and support efforts to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. During this time of crisis, there's also been a rise in racism, hatred, and violent acts towards the Asian American community. And I'm proud to say that I know the Board of Public Works, along with Mayor Eric Garcetti, the City Council, and so many of our elected leaders stand united with the API community in condemning hate and discrimination in all its forms. So this month's celebration presents an opportunity for us to continue uplifting these voices within our city family. And for me specifically, I am proud to serve as the only Asian American commissioner on our board, the first Filipino commissioner on the Board of Public Works as a whole. And so I feel incredibly honored that I've been getting to co-chair and co-MC a lot of these events this month with Councilmember John Lee and Councilmember Nithya Raman. For those of you who are able to join us, we had an opening ceremony just last night with the mayor and so many other dedicated leaders. And so it's so special for us that you're all here and that it's important for you to know, especially if you're in the city family, if you have been a victim of or have experienced a hate crime or incident, that we're a city family, we're here for you, and that this month is to celebrate you and your contributions, because we know that the city of LA is a place where we not just tolerate diversity, but where we celebrate our diversity and uplift each other. And so with that, I would like to just give a brief overview of the rest of our program and introduce our first special guest. After Deputy Mayor Barbara Romero will do presentations that will be co-facilitated by myself and my colleagues on the Board of Public Works. We'll start with President Good, then Vice President Garcia, Commissioner Teresa Villegas, then our Public Affairs Director, Elena Stern, and then last but not least, President Pro Tem Mike Davis. And so we'll go in that order. Thank you all so much for joining and listening. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our incredible Deputy Mayor for City Services, Barbara Romero.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Colosa and the board for hosting this special presentation at this time. I'm happy to be here to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander employee and our neighbors who have played such a vital role in Los Angeles. Even though this country has faced a rise in API hate crimes, I just want to emphasize that Los Angeles is a city for everyone. Please know that the mayor and our city leaders remain committed to making Los Angeles a safe and welcoming place for all, especially our API community, who have played such a huge role in weaving the diverse fabric that makes Los Angeles the city of angels. While API makes about 12% of the population in the greater Los Angeles area, they're 100% important to the city. As a deputy mayor of city services, I've had the privilege to work alongside many of the API leaders in the numerous city departments, seeing their accomplishments firsthand. Like all of you here today, I'm very proud of what the API community has done and will continue to do to serve Angelenos who call Los Angeles their home. As we recognize the work and contributions of today's honoree, let it serve us as a reminder for us to always appreciate and celebrate the diversity and experience of our API workforce and what it brings to the table. Helping build and maintain the city's infrastructure, provide to our vital services to our communities, and improve the quality of life for more than 4 million Angelenos. But to those that we are celebrating here today, congratulations and thank you. But I just want to have to say a special shout out to Hannah Choi. I know it's your last day working for the city. Your recognition is so well deserved, since all you represent the best of the city has to offer. Please continue to lead by example in all you do, and thank you for creating a legacy for the next generation of Asian American Pacific Islanders in the city's workforce to follow. Thank you again for letting me be here, and I look forward to continue celebrating Asian American Pacific Heritage Month with all of you. And I look forward to hearing this great recognition that's going to take place here today. Now I'll turn it over to Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Romero, for being with us today and for being an incredible leader in the mayor's office, at the tip of the spear, and all the work that we do here for city services. And next, I have the honor and privilege of introducing our first honoree. This is my favorite part of the program, where we really get to uplift and dedicate this presentation to the amazing women and men of the Board of the Department of Public Works. And I'm sorry that we only are recognizing one Asian American per bureau and team, but please know that there are so many dedicated public servants who are Asian American and Pacific Islander in our department. And I wish I could recognize all of you, but we would probably be here for a very long time. But so I just wanted to say that there are so many of you, and so this is just but one of many dedicated public servants. And so I have the honor and privilege of honoring the honoree for the Bureau of Engineering, which is Mr. Ray Cison, environmental engineer. Ray has served the city of Los Angeles for 30 years. He is currently a senior environmental engineer in the Project Award and Control Division for the Bureau of Engineering. As part of BOE's rotation program, Ray has worked in so many divisions, including the Collection Systems Engineering Division, where he worked on the North Outfall Sewer, East Central Interceptor Sewer project with the Northridge Earthquake Sewer Assessment Team. I feel like I'm reading a board report right now. In 2007, he was promoted to civil engineer in BOE's Project Awards and Control Division and put in charge of the Utility Coordination Group. With many key personnel retiring in 2009 through the Early Retirement Incentive Program, his group took on additional responsibilities, including the advertisement for bid and contract award of construction projects, personal services contracts, as well as the accompanying board report reviews, and the RFP reviews. Very, very important job. When the COVID-19 pandemic began, the city transitioned to telecommuting. Ray led the division in transforming to an all-digital document processing format, facilitating both contractors and city personnel in the submission and receipt of bids and the awarding of projects. He has been instrumental in providing guidance to other departments and agencies in both the processing of their RFPs, and their construction project bid packages. Ray is a recognized expert in his field and works to actively promote outreach to contractors and consultants through his staff's participation in business outreach events. Through all of the recent challenges, Ray continues to be a quiet force and supportive individual to his staff and to everyone he comes in contact with. Ray Cison, congratulations for being our first honoree of our presentation today.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. I'm honored and humbled to be chosen to receive this nomination. This honor is not just for me, but it's for all the Asian American Pacific Islander in the Bureau of Engineering, as well as the city. I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Calosa, and all the commissioners with regards to this commendation. Also, I'd like to thank City Engineer Gary Lee Moore and all the Deputy City Engineer, especially our division's Deputy Chief Deputy Deborah Weintraub, for all their support for me as well as my staff within our division. This honor is not possible without the support of my division engineer, Greg Vandergriff, the staff from our division Project Awards Control Division, especially all the staff that I closely work with in our division. This is not all possible without the dedicated staff that we have in our division. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cison, and congratulations again. And now I invite and welcome Julie Sauter, our Deputy City Engineer from the Bureau of Engineering, to also share some remarks and congratulate you. You're on mute, Julie.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Caloza, for that. And good morning, Commissioners, Dr. Campos, and our city family and guests. It's really a great honor this morning to be able to celebrate Asian Pacific Islander American Heritage Month with everyone here. And what a better way than to celebrate our own employees at the Department of Public Works. So Ray was just a no-brainer choice in our selection because he does so much for the Bureau of Engineering as well as the Department of Public Works. And truly, Ray is a unsung hero. I mean, you just heard him today. He's always very gracious and very humble and very respectful. So couldn't think of a better choice for the Bureau of Engineering. As you mentioned, Ray has had a very long history with the best department, Public Works, close to 30 years, Ray. I think you're about 1 month short of 30 years.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. And, majority of that time has been with the Project and Awards Control Division. And as Commissioner Caloza mentioned, that many of the items that you see coming before your board is really shepherded through Ray's hands and eyes. And he is so gracious and selfless in sharing his knowledge with other employees, city family, as well as, all of the efforts that he does with outreach. So again, congratulations, Ray. Again, it's a pleasure to recognize you as an API. You represent our community well as the Bureau of Engineering, Department of Public Works, and the City of Los Angeles. So congratulations, and I'll turn it back over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Julie. Also an incredible Asian American woman at the Bureau of Engineering herself. And congratulations again, Ray, for being an incredible public servant and for just being a nice human being. You're such a pleasure to work with, and I think everybody knows and acknowledges that for those of us who get the pleasure of working with you. So congratulations. And next, I would like to turn it over to our next presenter for our honoree for LA Sanitation. We have President Greg Good.
Hi, folks. Good morning, and congratulations to everyone that we are going to recognize. And I would underscore and echo Commissioner Caloza's really broad point, which is the contribution and leadership of Asian Pacific Americans in the Department of Public Works is stunning. It's awesome, and it is ubiquitous, and so there's a lot to feel very proud of today. So sort of like the Academy Awards, it's too bad you have to choose a few, but everyone being recognized today is a reflection of the great work of so many folks throughout the department and throughout the bureaus. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to recognize Mr. Tran, Alan Tran, who we get to visit with on occasion at board. Alan Tran is an environmental engineering associate 4 with LA Sanitation and Environment. Alan is a shining example of hardworking and of a hardworking and dedicated public servant. Alan, again, is an environmental engineering associate 4 at the Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant, that tiny little joint that we look after out on the beach, where he has worked in division, in the Biosolids Management Division since joining the City of Los Angeles in January 2007. Alan has successfully managed all of the biosolids contracts and regulatory permits to ensure that the city's biosolids program is in compliance with federal, state, and local regulations. Don't have to tell y'all how utterly crucial that work is, and unheralded. That is critical work. He is also involved in the operation of Hyperion's treatment processes to ensure the biosolids program is running efficiently. Alan has been a crucial component of the city's successful biosolids program, which has an annual budget of $18 million per year. And looking ahead to the future, Alan's ability to lead the long-term planning of the city's biosolids program and to accommodate changes in the inevitable changes in regulation and public demand. Sanitation is exceedingly confident in his capacity and ability and readiness to lead on that front. So, Alan, congratulations. It's always a pleasure seeing you at board. It's always a pleasure doing our briefings, and congratulations. It's an honor, really well deserved. What I'd like to do is also invite Mr. Kim, Hyperion Assistant Plant Manager from LA Sand and Environment, to also say some loving and wonderful things about Mr. Tran.
Oh, good morning, President and Commissioners. Thank you. It's my honor to introduce Alan Tran as an excellent Asian American city employee. And luckily for me, he works at Hyperion to help Hyperion running better. Mr. Tran originally was born in Vietnam, and he came to USA when he was a teenager. And working at Hyperion, he's one of the best workers that I can depend on. If I have questions, I go to Mr. Alan Tran, and he has the answer. He works with minimum instruction, and he's a crucial member in the biosolids program. Without continuous, flawless running of biosolids program, Hyperion stops. Even though the biosolids program is at the end, if we don't get it out, everything else, upstream of biosolids stops. And he makes sure that not only the biosolids program runs smoothly, but all the other treatment processes related to the biosolids program is running at optimum condition, so that he can contribute the city saving some of that $18 million, biosolids program budget each year. Alan truly is a distinguished team worker with strong initiative, leadership, and knowledge. Without him, Hyperion wouldn't be at this point. Thank you for giving me the chance to introduce Mr. Alan Tran.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Alan, the stage is yours, sir.
Good morning, President Good, board commissioners. Thank you, President Good and Mr. Hee-Sung Kim for having such a kind introduction of me. It is an honor for me to be recognized in front of the Board Public Works in this event. I am so grateful to be a part of the City of LA, where all genders, ethnicity, race are treated equally and given the same opportunity to grow on the professional career. I have been working with the great management and group of co-workers who always have confidence in me. Without their support, I would not be able to achieve my goals and be who I am today. So thank you so much for recognition today. And I am truly appreciate the opportunity to working for LA Sand Department of Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I would just add one thing, which is Mr. Kim probably put it as well as anybody possibly could, which is when you say, without Mr. Tran, Hyperion's in trouble, that tells us all we need to know. You are indispensable, Mr. Tran. Thank you so much for your great work. Don't go away. All right, Commissioner Closa, all yours.
Thank you, President Good, and congratulations, Mr. Alan Tran. I think I have a new go-to person in LA Sand now, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
And congratulations again. Next, we get to introduce our honoree for the Bureau of Street Lighting. I would like to welcome to our virtual stage Vice President Aura Garcia.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be here today celebrating Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. I'm excited to do this, and I appreciate and welcome everyone here. Before I introduce my nominee, I just want to give a special shout out also to Hannah Choi. Hannah Choi, you are going to be very, very missed, for lack of better words, but you know, it has been such a great honor to work with you all these years that I have been working with you. You are an amazing woman and definitely represent your community to the fullest. And like I told you before, I want to be you when I grow up. So, so thank you so much for all your time that you have given us. And I wish you nothing but the best in your retirement now. So just I had to give a little special shout out to Hannah Choi. But with that said, Hannah Choi, on your honor as well, it is my honor to introduce Clinton Sudui. Clinton Sudui began his career with the City of Los Angeles, working for the Bureau of Street Lighting as a street lighting engineer associate in 2003. Clinton, are you on here so that you can turn on your camera if you can?
I'm here.
All right, Clinton, there you go. Look at that. You have a nice man office going on back there. All right, it's good so that we can talk about you. Throughout his 18-year career with LA Lights, he has had various roles supporting street lighting. One notable highlight was his time spent as an instrumental part of the energy efficiency team during the conversion of the city's street lighting system to LED, the first of its kind in the country. Currently, Clinton is the manager of LA Lights Smart City Group. He and his staff are responsible for finding, testing, and implementing remote monitoring nodes, air quality sensors, EV chargers, and all of the other fun and innovative technologies attached to the city's streetlights. Clinton is known as someone who is ready to make the impossible happen and happy to accept any new challenge that is thrown his way. He is always a joy to work with and a true asset to LA Lights as they continue to guide the future of street lighting in Los Angeles. Congrats, Clinton. It is a pleasure to have you in Bureau of Street Lighting. And with that, I'm going to pass it to another Asian American member of this community, that is our Executive Director, Miguel Sangalin. Miguel?
Thank you very much, Vice President. Just to say a couple of things about Clinton, some to embarrass him. I'd like to start off by kind of sharing a little bit of Clinton, and there's two things I'd like to point out. First is his love of football, the American kind. And I can likely say that some of those that are online here can relate to that kind of joy that with watching some of the games here. The second is one little known fact about him is that he's actually an Eagle Scout. And this is the highest rank that you can achieve from the Scouts. Only 4% of Scouts actually ever achieve this rank. Mm-hmm. And I say those two things very specifically because I think it's indicative of the people that are represented by APAM here and the people that work in this great city. Ordinary people every day doing extraordinary things. And that's absolutely part of the reason why we put all of these projects that are critical for fostering the city of the future and making it sustainable at that, with transportation, electrification, are on Clinton's shoulders. Because we've seen it succeed in the past when he worked on the LED project that the Vice President had mentioned, and we'll see great things in the future as well. So it was very easy for us to choose Clinton here, and I would have the great honor and pleasure and privilege to now give you the mic and floor, Clinton.
Thanks, Miguel, and thanks, Vice President Garcia. It's an honor to get this award. But as like I said before, you know, I accept this on behalf of all the people I work with. I can't do this alone. Working at BSL, you're working with the team, and I've always had great people working with me, and you know, I truly do enjoy my time at BSL. It's one of the reasons I've stuck around for 18 years. I get to try all this new technology with the LED lighting, and I'm looking forward to what lies ahead as I move forward with new technology in smart city. So thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate this.
Thank you, Clinton, for all your words, and you know, to you and your family for contributing so much to the city. Thank you for that, and congrats on being an Eagle Scout. I know what that means too. High five on that.
Please note the punching bag in his man cave too. So everybody better watch out.
Yeah. So, by the way, if anything happens, I'm running to Clinton. I know he'll help me survive.
Who's your football team, Clinton?
Oh, 49ers, through and through.
All right.
All right, we're moving on.
We're still all friends. We're still all friends.
That
was meant by dead silence.
I'm gonna let that go, Clinton. I'm gonna let that
go.
Oh
man.
Yeah, there was dead silence right there.
Hey, Barbara, there we go. You need to let that go.
Thank you, Clinton and Miguel and everybody. I appreciate it. Back to you, Commissioner Calosa.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia, and congratulations again, Clinton, on a well-deserved award for LA Lights. Next, I would like to introduce our next presenter, Commissioner Teresa Villegas, who will present the honoree for Streets LA.
And good morning, everyone. What a delight it is to be here. Congratulations to all the nominees. I have the honor of doing the introduction and the award for Street Services, Streets LA, and that's to Kiran O, who began his career with the city of Los Angeles and with Streets Los Angeles as an investigator and enforcement division back in September 2001. As he started off as an administrative clerk, and he's been responsible for processing and issuing permits along with tending to the public counter. In 2005, he was promoted to Street Services Investigator, and he's assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, where he enforced illegal street vending, which led to the arrest of vendors selling counterfeit and piracy goods. Thank you for your job. Kiran grew up in Hong Kong, China, and he was a customs inspector for several years, and he later moved to Canada, where he lived there for a few years before relocating to the United States. And he now resides in the city of Rosemead, somewhere where I grew up as well. Currently, he is assigned to the Maintenance Division 213 and 215, which encompasses the Pacific Palisades and West Valley areas. He speaks Mandarin and provides translation services for the division. Kiran is, I know I was going to say that Jessica would be very happy. Kiran is a private person who is very easy to get along with. He has a strong work ethic that is evident in his work. He does what is expected of him in a timely manner and without complaints. And he is also very thorough and detailed-oriented when he's writing his reports or notices and citations. It is a pleasure to acknowledge the contributions that Mr. O has and makes the Investigation and Enforcement Division a wonderful place to work. His diligence and dedication and commitment to his work make him an invaluable asset to Streets LA. Congratulations. And at this time, I'm going to have Adele Hashkhalil, our Executive Director for Streets LA, say a few words. Thank you. Adele?
Yes, congratulations to all our honorees. And I think I know most of you. It's Hannah, congratulations. Alan, congratulations. Ray, all of you, I think, worked with me at some point. And Kiran is congratulations. As you say in Chinese, Ni hao ma, and what, xie xie to everyone. So I know how to get in trouble in Chinese also to navigate. But really, I want to say congratulations on the hard work and what you've done. To all of the honorees, you guys are amazing. You know what makes this country, this place a better place is because of our diversity. We all bring the best of our cultures into this fabric and what makes us better. And I want to say to everyone, this is what we need to really fight hard for, continuing to build on our cultures that we bring here and make our city, our place here a better place to live. Kiran, I want to say thank you for all that you've done and being part of this family. The investigators and during the COVID-19, they haven't stopped working. They've been out on the streets, helping educate our businesses, help the farmers markets continue operating, help the vendors and distribute PPEs and others, and ensure that our city continues to function. And Quran has been out on the front line of doing that. And I just say, everyone, we all, public works is really about providing service. We never stopped. We never stop. And I think this is the theme for Asian Americans. We never stop. We keep going. We keep fighting. We keep working hard. And I think that's really what I believe in. And I know my sister is a nurse, and I remember all her friends would come to my house and to have lunch and dinner, and they will bring mom, what's that Filipino dish, the noodles. My mom loved it. Yeah, they used to bring it all the time to us, and it's like, and it's just, it's a family culture. We all have the same thing. We all are immigrants. We all value hard work, and we work hard to make it in life. And I want to say to all of you, thank you. And to Kiran, thank you for being part of this family. Thank you for working hard. Thank you to your family. And you represent the Asian American community great. And thank you for being part of this. So I thank you, Commissioner Colosa, for your leadership. This is a great thing. And I want to say to Hannah, I love you. Thank you for everything. I'm going to miss having you. You're the calm. At any storm, you always calmed us down and put us back on the right track. So thank you, and wish you the best. And hopefully we can connect afterwards and have lunch, real lunch. Take care.
Thank you, Adele.
Can you say anything?
Thank you, Adele, for your kind words, and congratulations again to Kiran O. And I'll turn it back to Jessica. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Villegas. And Mr. O, would you like to say anything to add to the presentation?
Maybe just a few words. First of all, none of what we have accomplished would be possible without the brilliant leadership from our Chief Gary Harris. And I have to say that I'm just a representative of my division, because our division, all the investigators, they work pretty hard, especially during the pandemic. And I'm just representing them to receive this nomination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Au. And I can't imagine getting a citation from you. You look so nice. I feel like you're giving me something pleasant if you handed me a piece of paper. But congratulations, and thank you for all the work that you've done, especially during the pandemic. And congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce our next presenter for our honoree here on the Board of Public Works. I'd like to introduce Elena Stern, who leads our Public Affairs Office, or PAO office here for the department.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just thrilled to be here today to honor Xandro Donato. He is a spectacular member of our team in the Public Affairs Office. I'm thrilled that we could steal him away from the Planning Department several years ago to join us. As the graphics supervisor, Xandro really does play a critical role in the PAO. He is responsible for a slew of publications and products, from brochures and annual reports and flyers to annual calendars and videos. It's an amazing amount of work, and everything is just top quality. And he does it all in a cool, calm, and collected manner. There's just so much work, and he always meets his deadlines. And he is just a pleasure to work with. His work is always unparalleled. He meets every deadline, and he's always thinking ahead about how he can improve the quality of a logo or some other product. So when he's not slaving away at work, Xandro enjoys illustration, and photography and reading. He's actually working currently on a children's book that he hopes to publish someday. And then I asked him yesterday, he admits to being a pop culture savant. And he says he has a Jeopardy-sized memory bank of useless trivia about classic movies, vintage TV, and 1980s music, which is, you know, kind of my genre as well. Anyway, we want to thank you, Sandro, for all that you do and for just being you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. And Sandro, would you like to say a few words?
Sure, thank you. I just want to say that I'm honored to be part of such a great group of talented individuals who care so much about the people of our city. I'm grateful to the Board of Public Works, to the Public Affairs Office team, and to Elena for nominating me for this. And I look forward to working with everyone and learning from you in the years to come. Thank you again very much.
Congratulations, Sandro, and thank you for making everything look more beautiful for us. You have a magic touch, and you just take something and you run with it, and you make us all look good, not just at the department, but in the entire city. So thank you for all your hard work, especially I know during Heritage Months, like APAM, we keep you pretty busy. So we appreciate all your hard work and for being with us on your day off today to embarrass you a little bit and recognize you. And last, but certainly not least, I would like to present the Commissioner Mike Davis, our President Pro Tem, to give our last honoree today, but certainly not least, for the Bureau of Contract Administration. Take it away, Dr. Davis. Oh, you're on mute, Dr. Davis.
Greetings. I'd first like to thank my colleague, Jessica Caloza, for such an outstanding job in coordinating for the city Asian American Heritage Month. And it is a privilege for me to join our Mayor, Eric Garcetti, and our Deputy Mayor, Barbara Romero, as well as my colleagues on the Board of Public Works, in recognizing the significant contributions in general that Asian Americans have made to this country. And as was mentioned in her introductory speech, Caloza's speech, the significant contributions that Asian Americans made in helping to build California. So today, I am really thrilled to not only represent the Bureau of Contract Administration, but to really introduce to those of you who may not know, and all of those of you whom I know, a woman who has had an outstanding 34-year career in the city of Los Angeles, and specifically made very important contributions to the Bureau of Contract Administration. It is a special day for Hannah Choi. She's our Assistant Director of the Bureau of Contract Administration, and of course it is a very sad day for us, not because we're honoring her, but because she is going to reap the benefits of the hard work that she has been engaged in. As she's retiring today, after 34 years to the city, she has done very outstanding things here, and she has served the Bureau of Contract Administration for 28 years. Hannah was first assigned to the Office of Contract Compliance for 6 years until she accepted a pay grade advancement to Management Analyst 2 with the Department of Recreations and Park in 1997. During her time with the Department of Recreation and Parks, Hannah promoted to Senior Management Analyst. In November 1998, Hannah returned to the Bureau of Contract Administration as a Contract Compliance Program Manager 1, and then 6 months later promoted to Contract Compliance Program Manager 2, a role overseeing the Office of Contract Compliance for the next 18 years of her career. On October of 2017, Hannah accepted her current position as Assistant Director. She is the first female and first Asian American to hold the position of Assistant Director for the Bureau of Contract Administration. In her role, she oversees a staff of 100 employees in the Administrative Services Division, in the Office of Contract Compliance, and the Office of Wage Standards. During her 28 years with the Bureau of Contract Administration, some of Hannah's most notable accomplishments include obtaining certification status from the State of California Department of Industrial Relations for the city's labor compliance program, obtaining authority from the State of California Division of Apprenticeship Standards to enforce State of California apprenticeship standards, launching the city's Assessing LA Contract Series Build With, Team With, and Rise With, launching the City of Los Angeles Small Business Academy, and implementing the Department of Public Works Project Labor Agreements. Hannah is calming, gentle spirit, but is also professional and firm in all of her pursuits. She has actively engaged in social justice issues that are so needed in our communities. By enforcing employee wages and benefits and leveling the playing field through outreach programs and contracting opportunities such as community level contracting, she has actively worked with her dedicated staff to advocate for our voiceless Angelenos. She also helped to educate small businesses through the Small Business Academy and Accessing Los Angeles events. In her current role as the Assistant Director, she has served the city employees and businesses as well as all members of the BCA family. Hannah is a devout Christian, married to John, and together they have 4 children. Jeremiah, who's married to Hannah, Elliot, who's married to Heidi, Johanna, and Danielle, who's married to James, and 3 granddaughters, Ariel, Shiloh, and Elwin. During her retirement, Hannah plans to continue to visit all of the state beaches along the West Coast with her husband and spend more time with her family. And I would just like to end to say that one of the lasting legacies of all that she has accomplished is the community level contracting program that I have the pleasure of working with Commissioner Caloza on. And this program in particular will create an opportunity for many of the small and emerging businesses who don't have the resources and the funding to do regular work with the city. But because of the Willits case, we have been fortunate to have a lot of work coming before the city. And because of Hannah, we have a tool by which we can draw a bridge to those businesses and emerging businesses in our city so that they can have a prosperous opportunity to do business in the city. And for that, we are eternally grateful. It has been predicted that over the next 30 years, we will continue to do this kind of work. And Hannah, thank you so very much for all of your years of work. And thank you so much for community level contracting. I promise you that Commissioner Caloza and I will not let you down, and we will continue to be consistent and persistent in making sure that this becomes reality. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much, President Pro Tem Davis, for those amazing remarks for our last honoree. And next, I would love to invite our General Manager for the Bureau of Contract Administration and Inspector of Public Works, John Reamer, to also embarrass Hannah just a little bit more.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza, and to all of our commissioners, to our Public Works family, and to, most importantly, our honorees today. Congratulations, well deserved. My grandfather was one of the loves of my life, and He was interesting, very strong man, but he hated goodbyes, could not stand goodbyes. So my aunt tells me the story. As they lived in Sacramento, my aunt, when my grandparents would go to visit them, they would never say goodbye. They would always get in both cars. My grandmother and grandfather would get in their car, and my aunt and uncle would get in their car, and they would drive together toward the freeway. And my grandparents would get on the freeway and continue on back to Los Angeles, and my aunt and uncle would go back home because he just could not stand to say goodbye. For 34 years, Hannah Choi has journeyed with the city of Los Angeles. And for 23 years, I have been a blessed recipient of her presence. My wife told me this morning, you'll get through this. And being virtual helps a little bit, but it really doesn't. I pray that every single one of you will have a Hannah Choi somewhere in your life. I pray that for you. Hannah Choi is a woman of faith. She loves her family. She loves her friends. And she cares about the future for everyone. And it's because of that she serves. And oh my gosh, does Hannah serve. Hannah is the servant. She's the Mary. She wants to make sure that everyone's comfortable. She wants to make sure that everyone is taken care of. She wants to make sure that everyone is considered. That is Hannah Choi. And I have been blessed to enjoy that for 23 years. Now, I must admit, it does bring with it some challenges because Hannah can be very persistent. Hannah can be very challenging. Hannah can definitely let you know when she wants something done because she definitely wants to make sure that the voiceless has a voice, that the powerless has power. And she has a way. Oh, she has such a sweet, but definitely a strong way of communicating how important it is not to leave anyone behind. And for 23 years, I have so benefited from that. And for 34 years, this city, this bureau, this department has benefited richly from some Hannah Choi. And so I'm happy. I'm happy for her. She's going to spend time with her husband. They will do ministry together, which is ministering to the lives of individuals. They will enjoy their children and their grandchildren. And I selfishly will miss her being here. But I so appreciate all that she has done for me and for this bureau, and the lives that she has touched, the impact that she has made, and the scent that she has left of serving. We're known as civil servants. That's what we're referred to as. Hannah took it one step further, and she served with a passion that has been unmatched. So I am so honored, really I am, on this day where we are recognizing the contributions of Asian Pacific Americans. I so appreciate all that Hannah has done and who she is and all that she has given. I don't have the words, I really don't, to do it justice. But I love you, Hannah, I really do. We love you, we will miss you. Your ways are indescribable. Thank you for all that you've done, and I will stop right now and turn it over to you and allow you to share some words with us. And I'll just say this, Commissioner Caloza, thank you for getting me in trouble because, real quickly, Hannah Choi did not want this. But there's something else that Hannah Choi didn't want. Many of you don't realize this. Hannah Choi almost did not apply for the Assistant General Manager position. That's the type of person she is. She was quite content in serving where she was. I'm so glad, Commissioner Caloza, that you pushed this. I am, because she can be mad at me, but she will never be mad with you. I am so glad you did this because she so rightly deserves a word of gratitude and appreciation. And so thank you, Hannah, for all that you've given and all that you are and all that you've done.
I knew something like this would be really, really difficult for me. So I made John promise he wouldn't do anything, but I just didn't have a chance to make Commissioner Colozo promise that she wouldn't pull something like this off. So first of all, just congratulations to all my fellow honorees. And I just have to say something about Alan because, you know, as the BCA, we received a lot of board reports from all the different bureaus. And if it was done by Alan, we could sign it off with our eyes closed. That's how good his board reports were. So I just wanted to give Alan a shout out and congratulations to Ray, who just felt like part of the BCA family. And of course, Clinton, Kieran, and my goodness, Sandro, your creativity is amazing, and we just love everything you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna.
And it is so fitting that I get to walk out of my city career during this month. And the theme is just so beautiful, Commissioner. It's just unite, empower, rise. And I just feel like I've been had the privilege all these years to bring, you know, celebrating the solidarity among us, and then encourage the belonging of every human being, right? That they have a place in this earth. And then that sense of community. And so I will always cherish that as I walk away. And I'm just so thankful to John, you know, for allowing me to serve in the city the way I have, because he shares the same values, because he believes in the dignity of all human beings. And I never, you know, there's different ways we manage and different ways we handle things, but I never had to question once his integrity. And so that's the joy and the blessing that I had all these years in working with John Niemer, our director. And what a blessing. That's a totally God-given blessing in my life. And so I'm so grateful. And then to be leaving with all of you commissioners who I love so much, every single one of you. And it's been such a joy. I mean, back in the day when I first started, I used to be afraid of the commissioners. I remember having to go to board and like, oh my gosh, what are they gonna ask me, you know, as I'm battling contractors and assessing penalties. But coming to this place where I can truly enjoy the friendship and just appreciate each one of you has been such a joy. Barbara Romero, just so wonderful to see you where you are, and I thank you. I still remember when I got hit by that truck. Oh wow! You were so concerned for me, so thank you so much for just your personal care and always thinking about us. And so, and to just my BCA family, gosh, I love them so much. And I think also another amazing thing is that, you know, Saturday is my last official day, but Sunday is Mother's Day. And I feel like, you know, like everybody at BCA are my children, and all these years I've worked to make sure they get along, they don't, you know, hurt each other, and they play well at the workplace. And so I think it's fitting that I get to celebrate Mother's Day the day after I retire, and just really enjoy all the things that God has given me over the years. And just, you know, the opportunity to just live out my faith, like really, like how do you really love? How do you love one another? And I just, you know, so appreciate the opportunity to do that over the years. I'm sure I've made mistakes and there's so many shortcomings, but people have been so gracious to receive that and acknowledge that. And I want to be gracious enough to receive all that you're giving me, and I receive it wholeheartedly. And yeah, so thankful. Thank you to all the general managers in this room. I know you're going to support our Commissioners Davis and Caloza in their community level contract, and you're going to find and dig deep to give opportunities to our small businesses. And I'm so grateful for all of you as well in this space. And thank you so much. I love you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for your many years of service. And I'm sorry I didn't know about whatever promise it is John made to you. I was not aware. But I couldn't let you leave without making sure you were properly recognized. And, you know, you deserve every compliment and every accolade that we could possibly give you. I think you can see how much you mean to all of us. There's a lot of tears on the Zoom screen because we can't imagine public works without you. And, you know, just want to thank you for, you know, make me cry, your, you know, service and your legacy to the city. And you are blazing a trail for Asian American women like myself. And so thank you. I would say more, but I don't think I can because I'm just so sad that you're leaving. That said, I heard that you're volunteering already for a lot of events for the city. So even though we're officially saying goodbye, it sounds like you already have plans to return and volunteer with us already. And so I can't wait to see you. And just thank you so much for everything you've given us. And we look forward to continuing your amazing legacy with the city. And we love you back. Thank you. And so with that, now that Hannah's made us all cry, that concludes our presentation for Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Thank you so much to all of today's honorees for all the excellence that you've given to the city and the service that you've given to the city. Ray, Alan, Clinton, Karen, Sandra, and of course, our beloved Hannah. Thank you for all that you do. I also want to give a big thank you to Diana Bolnes from our Public Affairs Office for all her hard work in coordinating our presentation today and putting together our script and all the details. Thank you so much, Diana, for all your hard work. As we can see, everyone here has a role to play in making us one of arguably the best city in the world, in my opinion. It's because of the people behind our work, and that's what makes us so great. And Asian American and the Asian American community plays such a critical part in that and building up the work that we do. So thank you again for all of your accomplishments. And, you know, lastly, I'll just conclude and just say that, you know, representation matters. You know, this work that we do, our identity, our culture is so deeply embedded in what makes us an amazing city. And so even though May is about Asian Americans, all of our communities of color deserve that recognition every month, all the time. And so as we start to come back to work and in person, I hope that we follow in the footsteps of Hannah and continue to lead with love and compassion. And that's really how what makes us great. And so thank you all for allowing me to host this special presentation this morning, and happy Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to everybody.
Great job.
And turn it back over to you, President Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. Hannah, before you leave, I just wanted to also thank you. And there are two words that I don't think got said that I just want to share too, which is, you talked about John's integrity, which is unquestionably unpenetrable. There's no doubt. The word I think about with you is righteous. And I don't mean self-righteous. I mean righteous. You could whisper virtually any word, and there'll always be good words, and I will believe it. I will just always believe it. And the other one that people don't think about with you is fiery. People tend to think of being fiery as bombast and loud, etc. Not necessary. You are the definition of the peaceful warrior who, when somebody's pay or safety or anything are at risk, I've watched you light up, and you're a fiery warrior. So thank you for all your service and all of you. Congratulations. And then thank you, Commissioner Colosa, for just a phenomenal presentation. Thank you all.
Exactly.
All right. We must move forward, and even without Hannah, but we do move forward with all our other spectacular honorees, and then everybody who's with us today. So, colleagues, dry our eyes, clear our heads, and let's get to the tasks at hand. Okay. Thank you all so much. Everybody's obviously welcome to stay. But thank you all for being here for the presentation and that really fantastic work, Jessica. Thank you. Okay, two quick things. One, we're going to continue item 2 till next Wednesday, May 12th. Everybody got that? Okay. Great. And then what we're going to do is we're going to jump to item 5 to start us off here. Item 5, is Dr. Campos with us? He's having technology issues. I just want to make sure he's there.
Yes, I am here.
Great. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, folks. Item 5. Item 5 is a task order solicitation. Number EMGD-093, Parsons Transportation Group, Inc., pre-qualified on-call consultants list, sidewalk and transit amenities program. Recommending the board authorize the city engineer to issue the task to Parsons Transportation Group, Inc. from the pre-qualified on-call environmental documentation consultant services list to provide environmental documentation services for the sidewalk and transit amenities program as stated in TOS number EMGD-093 with a budget authority of $247,961.80, including contingency. Work order E1908824 and then C-123098. Lance Oishi is with us from Streets LA. And who's with us from BOE on this?
Norman Mundy. And
hi, Norman.
If it's all right with you, I think I'll start the presentation when you're ready.
Go forth, Norman. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Norman Mundy, and I'm with the Bureau of Engineering. The item today is a joint board report from Bureau of Engineering and Bureau of Street Services. And as President Good mentioned, Lance Oishi from the Bureau of Street Services is also here this morning. The Bureau of Engineering and Bureau of Street Services are requesting authorization today for the city engineer to issue task EMGD-093 to Parsons Transportation Group to prepare environmental documentation services for the sidewalk and transit amenities program. The task has a budget authority, as President Good mentioned, of $247,961.80. I know that the commissioners are familiar with the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program, but nonetheless, I'd like to give just a brief summary of the program. The Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program is being implemented by Bureau of Street Services and is a comprehensive citywide program to install shelters and associated amenities within the public right-of-way. The transit shelters and amenities are intended to enhance the experience of transit riders, ensure adequate maintenance, expedite new installations, and incorporate emerging technologies, which include digital displays. The Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program aims to furnish 1,200 new transit shelters, in addition to the existing 1,800 transit shelters. This will provide a minimum of 3,000 new or upgraded shelters throughout the city. The Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program, which will be implemented over at least a 10-year period, is the successor program to the current Coordinated Street Furniture Program. As part of the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program, the Bureau of Street Services will contract with a vendor, and that vendor will construct and maintain the transit shelters and amenities. The vendor will provide advertising opportunities associated with the shelters and amenities, and the revenue generated from these advertising opportunities will be used to operate the program. This is how the current Coordinated Street Furniture Program is operated. The Bureau of Street Services is currently in the process of evaluating proposals that have been submitted to them by prospective vendors. So the task today is just one part of the overall implementation of the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. So returning to today's item, the scope of work for TOS EMGD 093 involves one aspect of the implementation of the overall Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. The scope of work for today's task consists of preparing the documentation and analysis that is required under the California Environmental Quality Act. The environmental documentation that will be prepared under task EMGD 093 will be among the several factors that are considered by the City Council when they make the approval, as they go through the approval process for the overall Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. So today's task authorizes the preparation of environmental documentation. That's one aspect of the overall approval process. Task EMGD 093 would be issued to Parsons, a pre-qualified on-call contractor providing environmental documentation services to the Bureau of Engineering. TOS EMGD 093 was issued in March 2021 to the Bureau of Engineering on-call consultant list for environmental documentation. We received 2 proposals, and they were evaluated by both BOE staff and Bureau of Street Services staff. And staff determined that the proposal for Parsons was most responsive and provided the best value to the city. So we're requesting today that the board authorize the task to Parsons with a budget authority of $2,047,961.80. As part of their proposal, Parsons is proposing a minority business enterprise sub-consultant participation of 16.03% and a women business enterprise sub-consultant participation of 7.16%. The funding for the task is available through Streets LA Construction Expense Fund. And before I go further, I'd like just to talk for a minute about how today's agenda item on task order solicitation EMGD 093 is related to an item that your board heard earlier this week on Wednesday. That item that was heard on Wednesday also had to do with the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. And I'm sure you recall on Wednesday, your board approved a revision to a different task order solicitation that had previously been issued by the Bureau of Street Services. That previous task that was addressed at the hearing on Wednesday is referred to as Task Order Solicitation 29. And Task Order Solicitation 29 had been issued to Parsons also previously to provide the Bureau of Street Services with support during the issuance of the request for qualifications for the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. So that's a mouthful there. So POS 29 has been in place for a while now, and Parsons is working with Bureau of Street Services under that POS 29 to provide overall support services to the Bureau of Street Services as they prepare to implement the overall Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. Task Order Solicitation 29 was revised on Wednesday to add to the scope of work. And the additional scope of work that your board approved on Wednesday was for Parsons to prepare again under TOS 29, for Parsons to prepare 3 deliverables. First, they would prepare a project description. Second, an analysis of potential visual effects of digital display options. And third, an analysis of the consistency of the elements of the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program with the land use elements of the general plan. And these 3 deliverables, and I'm getting to the punchline here where I'll show how TOS 29 applies to the item before us today. The deliverables that you approved, authorized on Wednesday under TOS 29 address important issues that relate to the overall development of the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. And these issues have arisen consistently during the public outreach efforts for the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. And the issues have been identified by the Bureau of Street Services as among those requiring analysis as the Bureau of Street Services goes through the implementation process for the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. Now, it turns out that the 3 deliverables that Parsons is going to prepare under TOS 29 will also be useful, or will include information that's useful and relevant to the environmental documentation that Parsons is going to be providing under task EMGD 093. So the work that Parsons is doing under the separate TOS 29, some of that work will be useful as Parsons also does the separate task under EMG 093. So it turns out, and fortuitously, actually, that the deliverables that Parsons is working on for the Task Order Solicitation 29 also will be useful in Task Order Solicitation EMG 93. So that's how today's issue relates to the item that you heard earlier this week. And Lance, unless you have anything you'd want to add, both Lance and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mundy. All good, Lance?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, let's open it up. Vice President Garcia, you want to kick us off?
Thank you, Norman, for your presentation. By the way, I love your background. I thought it was one of those fake backgrounds, but I see people moving in the back. I love your setup.
Well, life goes on even as we telecommute.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I don't have any questions on this item. I thank you so much for your time and explaining everything around this, the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program. This is the acronym STAP, right? STAP?
STAP is the acronym, that's correct.
Confirming, because there's so many sidewalks / acronyms going around. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
President Pro Tem Davis? You're muted.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is it Norman?
Yes,
thank you very much for this presentation. You're going to have to walk me through this, just some basic questions.
Sure.
We did have a similar item, as you referenced, last week. And in terms of this particular sidewalk program, it has nothing to do with the monies that we have dedicated towards the Willits case, is it? Or not?
You know, I'm not sure. I know the Willits case is involved in the sidewalk repair program, I believe. And
yes.
I think that is separate from this. So the street amenities program is independent of whatever the city's obligations are under the Willits case.
Okay. What is the time period of this particular proposal in terms of what we envision to get it started and the duration of the project once it's started?
Okay, in terms of the overall project and its implementation, the Bureau of Street Services currently has a contract with a vendor that was entered into under the existing program, which is called the Coordinated Street Furniture Program. And that contract, that existing contract for the program that's been ongoing, that contract ends at the end of this calendar year, so December 31st of 2021. And the Bureau of Street Services is hoping to and expecting to have in place the new contract, which will be called the Sidewalk and Transit Amenities Program, or STAP. The Bureau of Street Services hopes to have that contract in place at the beginning of the new year.
So when we look at this project, it's just one major prime contractor executing the program, or what's the
Yes, the way the process works is Bureau of Street Services will end up entering into a contract with one vendor, and that vendor will be responsible for installing the new transit shelters and amenities. And that vendor will also be responsible for maintaining those facilities throughout the life of the program. And this is expected to be at least a 10-year program. So the contract that Street Services is hoping to enter into at the beginning of next year will have a duration of at least 10 years. And during that 10-year period, the same vendor, the single vendor, will be providing the installation and maintenance services for the entire program.
My concern would be, as we look at this whole effort around business inclusion, is this the kind of contract that would be one in which others could have some involvement in it and do a sufficient job at it, or is it just something that only one contractor should be doing?
Well, actually, Commissioner, I think it's, I'd like to distinguish between the overall STAP program and the item that we're hearing today.
Got it.
And I completely understand your concerns about the overall program. It's my understanding that that overall program will be working its way, and the contract associated with it will be working its way through both the Board of Public Works, and then will ultimately go to the City Council for their decision. And Lance, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the overall program implementation is a bigger item than the item before us today, which is a particular task order relating to the environmental documentation for the project. So the item today is a much smaller subset of the overall project.
Sure. I just wonder if it's a certainly project that's dynamic, it's deep, and it's wide, and it's for a 10-year period. And certainly I know that we have numerous projects where many of our prime contractors get an opportunity to compete, but I just thought that this would be the kind of project, if broken down, could create some opportunity for others. So then my question now is, without not knowing the potential there, my question now is this prime contractor one that will do subcontracting work at any portion of the scope of this particular project, given that it's going to be for a 10-year period, or is this not that kind of work?
Commissioner, this is Ted. Just to distinguish between what's before us. This is a consultant that we're bringing on to prepare the environmental documentation. So when you say the contractor, I think you're referring to a firm that Street Services will eventually select and bring to you, and that's the firm that will actually carry out the transit amenity program, i.e. fabricating, installing equipment in the right-of-way and maintaining it for a period of time, including advertising and all of that. That's not before you right now. That's a very high-level, broad description of a project that Street Services is putting together for the city. That will require an environmental analysis before the city council ultimately approves it. What's before you today is the selection of a consultant that will prepare those environmental documents for the project. So the only issues now in terms of sub-consultant utilization, things like that, are what this particular consultant who's doing the environmental documentation will put together for their environmental documentation team. It really literally has nothing to do with the contractors and the choices being made for subcontracting under the actual transit amenity programs. That's completely separate and really not before you. And indeed, the staff from Street Services couldn't really get into any details with that right now for you because, first of all, it's not before us. And second of all, they haven't even selected the contractor yet.
Right. So I was asking for educational purposes, realizing that the scope of what we're asking is this one single contract. And I just wanted to know what that one contractor could or could not do. But it seems as if you're telling me that the answer to that question should be asked by somebody else. So
it should, yeah, it's a question for Street Services, and it's really not within the scope of what we've agendized today. Although obviously background for the overall project is important.
Yes.
For the award of the environmental consultant.
Got it. So
this is more than just that background.
Okay, got it. So with that, Norman, thank you for a very intriguing report. I look forward to voting on this item in a few minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Jordan, for that summary.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, President Davis. Commissioner Coloso.
Thank you, President Good. No questions for me. I just look forward to getting these consultants on board to move along our staff project. And thanks again to Streets LA and BOE for all your work on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. Commissioner Villegas.
Hi, it's still morning. I was going to say good afternoon. Thank you for the report. I have no questions either. This has been, arduous process. So I appreciate both Streets LA and BOE bringing us this board letter forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. And just to reiterate, colleagues, so we're all clear, what we're voting on very specifically is the task order solicitation to do the environment from the on-call list of environmental consultants to do the environmental review for the program. So that is before us. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. Do I have a second?
Second.
2 seconds, President Pro Tem Davis and Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner or Vice President Garcia, any concerns?
None at all. Thank you.
All right. Hearing no concerns, the item is adopted and approved forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Mundy. Thank you, Mr. Oishi. We will have many conversations about this moving forward, to be sure.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all very much. Colleagues, members of the public, and Bureau staff, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. It is 11:39. At 11:44, we will resume and we will take up item number 3 on today's agenda. So we'll see you folks back in a sec. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Campos, is it possible to give Darshna Patel access to presentation now?
She's already co-host, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
And for those of you that are going to stay on the line during this recess, please note that the council audio lines are open and all the channels to the general public are open as well. Okay, President Good, we have confirmation for recording. I can go ahead and establish quorum for you at this time, if you're good.
Yes, sir. Please do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, establishing quorum again for the Board of Public Works. It's 11:47, reconvening the meeting. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioners Caloza and Villegas. President Good, you do have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. All right, let's get going. We're on item number 3. Item number 3 is a joint sanitation BCA report. Personal services contract, Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc., DBA Sunshine Canyon Landfill, Public Services Company, and USA Waste of California, Inc., DBA Waste Management. Recommending Board 1 approve and forward this report with transmittals to the Mayor and Council, City Council, with the request that the Board of Public Works be authorized to execute a personal services contract with Browning Ferris Industries of California, Inc., DBA Sunshine Canyon Landfill, a Republic Services Company, and USA Waste of California, Inc., DBA Waste Management for disposal services for residual municipal solid waste from the City of Los Angeles, and 2, authorize the President or 2 members of the Board to execute the contract upon the Mayor's and City Council's authorization. I believe we have a crew of folks here for presentation. Mr. Halou, do you want to tell us who all we have and what's up?
Absolutely. First, let me start by saying Happy Asian Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. And Commissioner Caloza, I wanted you to know that you might not know this, but you are a role model to many women in LA sanitation. So thank you for all you do. We appreciate it. Again, good morning, President Good, Honorable Commissioners Garcia, Davis, Caloza, and Villegas, Executive Officer, and Mr. City Attorney Jordan. I'm Alex Halou, LA Sanitation and Environment. One of the core functions of sanitation is providing reliable weekly refuse disposal services to our 4 million residents. In addition to collection from our residents, we also collect refuse from city departments, including police, fire, LAX, and LADWP. It's crucial for us to have locations that are within our distance from our routes, so to maximize the driving time for our operators and to create operation efficiencies. As we released the disposal RFP, we had several goals that we needed to achieve. First, to provide long-term, reliable disposal option to our city residents, regardless of fire, earthquakes, or pandemics. Also, with the fiscal situation the city is undergoing, we were extremely conscientious of the price. And as you will hear in our presentation, we were able to achieve the best terms in our contract with Republic Services, and we were able to maintain low pricing with Waste Management. In addition, we had an overarching goal of having the flexibility in our contracts to allow us to implement the Mayor and Council zero waste goals. Our first target, as set by Mayor Garcetti, is 90% diversion from landfill in 2025. Today, we are asking you to approve 2 contracts, one with Republic and another with Waste Management, that gives us the low pricing, reliability, and flexibility to reach the Mayor goal. In addition, we need your patience and give us time to continue negotiations with other vendors who proposed technologies to convert our residual municipal solid waste from landfilling into a beneficial resource. I will turn over now the presentation to our amazing staff, and we will have Dr. Rowena Romano to begin the presentation. We will be available to address any questions later. Thank you, and Dr. Rowena Romano.
Thank you, Alex. Good morning, Commissioners. Rowena Romano, Senior Environmental Engineer with LA Sanitation and Environment. I would first like to apologize that the attachments to transmittal number 2 of the board report were inadvertently left out, and I believe those transmittals were since distributed to all the commissioners. So before we are asking the board to insert those into into the official record. We are asking that the board approve and forward the report with the transmittals as amended to include all the pages of transmittal number 2 to the mayor and city council, with the request that the Board of Public Works be authorized to execute these personal services contracts with BFI, SCL, and USA Waste Management for the disposal services of residual municipal solid waste to the city. With that, we would like to now give the presentation of how we came about to selecting and negotiating these contracts. I would first like to start with an overview of where we currently are. These are our current tonnages and landfill contracts that we have. The city of LA, as Alex mentions, we serve 750,000 households and we collect 3,600 tons per day of the residential residual MSW, which is landfill. Our current contract with BFI Sunshine Canyon Landfill is expiring on June 30, 2021, with no more renewal options on that contract. We also have a current contract with Waste Management El Sobrante, which is out in the Riverside County, which we recently did the 5-year renewal on, and so it expires on March 16, 2023, and it does have a second 5-year renewal option available. This is a table that shows our waste sheds, our 6 waste sheds, and the average tons per day of that 3,600 tons per day that we collect. West Valley and East Valley go directly up to Sunshine Canyon Landfill. West LA, we use a transfer station where our smaller collection vehicles can transport to these transfer stations, and the waste is then brought up in larger vehicles up to Sunshine Canyon Landfill. That's 350 tons per day to SCL. In our Southern LA, North LA, West LA, also part of West LA, we utilize our own city transfer station that we know as CLART, City of LA Recycling and Transfer Station. So about 600 tons of that goes out to our waste management contract, and the remaining 1,150 tons per day up to Sunshine Canyon Landfill. In our Harbor District, as you can imagine, it's very far away from the landfill. So we also utilize a Falcon transfer station. This is also Republic Services facility, and we transfer to about 200 tons per day up to SCL. So given that our contracts will be expiring, the largest one with Sunshine Canyon Landfill on June 30, 2021, we put out an RFP as authorized by the board to do so, and we evaluated and selected the proposers that we then negotiated with. So Darshana, next slide, if you will. So our immediate options, as Alex had mentioned, is landfilling. So these are the 4 proposers that offered a landfill option. It was Athens Services with Mid-Valley Landfill, again, BFI Sunshine Canyon Landfill. CR&R offered to use Orange County landfills, and Waste Management El Sobrante out in Riverside County. As Alex also mentioned, some long-term options were also proposed under the RFP, calling them emerging technologies, and we are looking to actively go through further negotiations with them, learning about their future facilities and what these facilities can do. They were in Fire Pack. They offered a future facility in Santa Clara, and IWT, they were offering a future facility in his area. Next slide, please. So as we received the proposals to the RFP, this was the evaluation criteria and the points that we set out during the RFP distribution. The qualifications and experience was 10 points. We were looking for, their operational experience, then their statements of qualification. Workplace safety requirements were also 10 points, looking at what policies and procedures they have to maintain and create safe working place for their workers, as well as looking at their log of injuries and illnesses. We also looked at technical requirements. What were their location, proximity to the city of LA, as Alex mentioned? What kind of logistics do they have on site? Their capability, contingencies in case that we have disasters and we need to use other facilities that are under their control. What kind of supplies and equipments they can provide, as well as what kind of mitigation, they have for odors or other such things that could disrupt. We looked at their financial requirements. We want to, work with, sorry, Darshana. We want to work with, companies that are financially stable, especially given, the that we have to budget each year the amount of monies that we pay to these companies, especially in times when we cannot pay. So we are looking at their financial requirements as well. The largest here was 40 points. We looked at service fee. Again, this is usually the bigger portion of our evaluation, and we look at the service fee cost to our city overall. So if it includes other types of fees that are not under the proposed fee, like an out-of-county fee or such, we have to also consider those. Overall responsiveness was 5 points, and looking just at how well the proposer worked with us, communicated with us, and met their deadlines. Next slide, Ashton. So this is a summary of our evaluation scores and ranking, and Darshana will go more into depth on the scorecards on this. But as we can see, BFI Waste Management in Athens were our top 3 ranked proposers, then followed by CNR, IWT, and EnviroPack. The lower scores for IWT and EnviroPack are because we did not have a facility to actually evaluate here. So it was made a lot more difficult, and as we mentioned, we will be looking further into these types of technologies. BFI Waste Management in Athens are also local business enterprises, so they obtained 8 more points with the total points and ranking as shown, 1, 2, and 3. For BFI Waste Management in Athens, CNR number 4, IWT, and EnviroPack as 5 and 6. Darshana, next slide. So in our selection process, we decided to go forward with BFI and Waste Management as they were the highest scoring proposers and were selected for further negotiations. Unfortunately, during this process, CNR did withdraw their proposal from the evaluation process. As mentioned, they offered Orange County landfills, and they ended up withdrawing because they could not reach agreements with those Orange County landfills. Athens was not selected for further negotiations as we determined.
Dr. Romano?
Yes.
I think we lost you just a little bit at the end of the explanation for why CNR could withdrew. Would you mind just repeating that?
Sure. Commissioner Good, President Good, I'm sorry. They did offer Orange County landfills, and they ended up withdrawing, citing that they were not able to meet terms with those landfills. So CNR would have been sort of more like a middle person in this, and they were not able to, we're not too sure. All they cited was that they were not able to come into agreement with those landfills. And then Athens was not selected for further negotiations as we determined Waste Management and BFI would be able to accept all of those residential MSW that is generated from the city. And as mentioned, we'll continue discussion with EnviroPack and IWT and learn more about technologies and how we can use them to, potentially use them to reach our zero waste goals. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Darshana to go through the scorecards and a little bit more about the agreements that we have come to. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowena. Good morning, everyone. I'm Darshana Patel, environmental engineer with ALS Sanitation. So here we can see the BFI Sunshine Canyon landfill evaluation and scoring criteria of proposed services. So they receive a perfect scoring, qualification and experience, workplace safety, financial requirement, and responsiveness. BFI lost some point for the technical requirements. That's because of the hours of operation. So hours of operation should be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. per RFP requirement, and BFI operation hour was 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. because of Sunshine Canyon landfill was under a South Coast stipulated order of abatement from March 2017 to June 2019 due to odor complaints that restricted the facility operation hours. The abatement was lifted in 2019 and SCL is back to normal hours of operation 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. BFI also lost some points for service fee. So we have 5 points for proposer identify and provide all details on the component of the calculated service fee, and 30 points for service fee comparison with other proposals that includes hauling and out of county. So they receive 4 points for the breakdown and 25 points for the service fee comparison. So total 29 points out of 35. They did not provide any profit sharing, so lost 5 points there. So that total score is 88.5 out of 100 points. LSN and BFI agreement. So contract agreement with BFI is 10-year from 1 7-year renewal option. Total 17-year contract as the projected life of the Sunshine Canyon landfill is 17 years from now, and term started July 1st. So we committed total 5 wastehead out of 6, East Valley, West Valley, Harbor, West LA, and South LA. And here we can see the average daily tonnage from each wastehead. We are planning to utilize their transfer station, so BFI has placed participation level of 1.54% of MDE, 0.13% WBE, 0% SPE, 0% EBE, 0% DVBE, and 0% OBE. So here we can see the LSN and BFI rate agreement. So in the first year, rate will be fixed, $38.51 for direct and $36.44 for transfer, which are our current rates right now. So no increase for the next fiscal year. In the second year of the contract, rates are fixed as well. In the third year, additional $2 per ton will be added to the operating fee portion of the TF, and then consumer price index for water, sugar, and trash, CPI, WST inflation factor will be applied to the new OF. In the fourth year, another 80 cents per ton will be added to the OF, and CPI, WST will be applied to the new OF. From the fifth year and thereon, CPI, WST will be then annually applied to the OF. And for the transfer station, the first 4 years are fixed as shown, and in the fifth year and thereon, the service fee is adjusted by the CPI WST inflation factor. And we have CPI cap at 4.75% for this contract. Waste management as about the landfill.
Can I ask one quick question, just a clarifying question, if we can go back to that last slide?
Sure.
Please, if you don't mind. With I get the tip B at Sunshine Canyon. I just want to understand how these contracts work, and this might be helpful for my colleagues as well as the public. So the Sunshine Canyon landfill direct haul tip B, that is pretty linear. That's the tip B to BFI that we pay when we go there. Sunshine Canyon landfill transfer haul, is that for their transfer stations that we're using, and we pay at the transfer station?
Sunshine Canyon transfer haul, which is like material we transfer through the class. Basically, it's in the bigger truck. And direct haul is our direct route truck is going to Sunshine Canyon landfill. For the transfer station, we have the last row. That is the rate that applies to transfer station, and that includes hauling and disposal fee, which is $52.98 per ton.
So so we pay, well, go ahead. I'm not 100% clear. I think it's my issue versus anyone else's. So go ahead.
If I can explain this one, President Good. What happened is in the valley, East Valley and West Valley waste sheds, our trucks go directly to the landfill.
Right.
So once they go, so that's what the direct haul, when we, I'm mixing, I'm sorry, the transfer, okay, so the trucks go directly to the landfill, so we pay $38.51.
Right.
The transfer is when our trucks from South LA go to Clark's. From Clark's, the trucks leave from Clark's into Sunshine Canyon, and that's what the transfer haul. Because the size of the truck being so large, 22 tons versus 9 or 10 tons, that's why we got the efficiency.
Oh, okay. So and that's why. So we it's almost like a scope discount or volume discount, because it's such a big load, such a bigger truck, we pay slightly less on the tip fee.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. And then all transfer stations?
All transfer stations will be applied like was discussed earlier in the harbor area. So Republic owns a transfer station. They're the owners of the transfer station. So we would drive our route truck directly there and dump it. They would take care of transporting that materials to the landfill and the landfilling. That's why it's an additional charge, because that includes the transportation from their facility to the landfill.
Oh, I see. So with transfer haul, the middle one, that's us transferring from Clark's, Clark's, right? And then the other, they actually transfer from the other. I see. Okay, that's helpful. Thank y'all. Sorry.
Thank you, President Good, for saying that. I actually, just another very elementary question on this. So are you saying that the second fee, it is not our trucks? It's somebody else's trucks?
Well, yes. I mean, they're under our control. So we operate Clark's facility, and like Alex had said earlier, trucks from the southern area, like West LA or could be North Central or South LA,
But those are not our trucks, right?
Yeah. No, we have a contract with haulers that
Okay, got it.
pick up that material from Clark's and deliver it to the landfill.
Okay, now it's. Thank you, President Good. I had my questions here over that when we were done, but I'm glad you said it now. Thank you.
And so again, with all transfer stations, there, in essence, it's not just a tip fee. We're also paying, because in that situation, it's not our trucks or our contracted trucks. It's literally, it is BFI transporting. And so we're not only paying, we're paying the tip fee plus the cost of the transportation.
Yes, it's an all-in-one price.
Got it.
It's a service fee for all those services.
Got it. Great. Thank y'all.
And just for further clarification, we also, for Clark's, we also accept other companies' trash. So we then pick up that tip fee and then we transport it out to Sunshine Canyon.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a very probably ignorant question right now, but I just to clarify everything for me. We don't, at Clark's, we don't charge our own, right? We don't, when our truck picks up and takes it to Clark's, we don't charge a tipping fee, right? To our own departments, within our own department? I'm sorry, it's an ignorant question, I know, but I think I got.
There are no ignorant questions.
Clark's has an operating budget, and what that is, so we can do an overall cost, what it costs for us to process and transfer. But there's not a fee that's billed back. It's all part of the source fund. We collect trash, we deliver trash, so it's all part of the fund.
Okay.
But we always track our employee costs, our operating costs, and all that, so we know what it costs us, to move that material around. And then our contracts with our vendors that do the hauling too. So we have a detailed cost analysis of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
While we're at it, Ms. Patel, Dr. Owino, Bob, Alex, unless this comes later, can y'all just, I think we all know what CPI is, but can you just unpack operating fees just a little bit, what that actually is?
Sure. I mean, there's two things here, and just so we understand the pricing and the cost associated. So if you see up there on the top where it says CPI WST, that's WST. That's the Consumer Price Index for waste, sewer, and trash, or water, sewer, and trash. So that's an index that we use to evaluate the increasing prices. There's an application on these fees that are different. So there's the tip fee of $38.51 includes a lot of other things in there, including taxes, CUP and the LEA fees and all that. So as it says in here, it's applied to the OF. So we're only applying the CPI to the operating fee of the landfill. We do not add to the taxes because those are pass-throughs. So those are just applied based on what they cost. So if it's $8 or $5, that's the fee that they pay for, then that's what we pay. They don't get any additional on this, only on their costs at the landfill. It's a little different on the overall cost at transfer station because that's a service fee, so it's applied to the entire service fee. Did I get it all or no?
Yeah, I think I get that. Does anybody else have questions on this? I mean, and we'll keep talking. But yeah, I get that, Bob. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Yo.
Okay, thank you. So here we can see the waste management El Subunte landfill evaluation and scoring criteria of proposed services. So they receive perfect scoring, everything except service fee and profit sharing. So they lost most point for the service fee. like we have 5 points for the breakdown and 30 points for the service fee comparison. So they got 5 out of 5 for the breakdown and 15 out of 30 points for the service fee comparison. So the total point 20 out of 35. So they lost 15 points here. They did not provide profit sharing, so lost 5 points here, and their total score is 80 out of 100. LS Sanitation and Waste Management Agreement. So contract agreement with waste management is 10 year with 1 5-year renewal option. Term started July 1st, and we committed only 1 waste year to waste management, which is North Central, and our average for the North Central is approximately 800 tons per day. And upon negotiation between LSN and waste management, our regular utilization of waste management transfer station was not necessary, and LSN will deliver MSW from Clarks to El Sabonte landfill. So therefore, subcontractor will not be utilized, and the pledge participation levels are removed from the scheduling. LSN and waste management rate agreement. So in the first year, rates are fixed, which are our current rates. From the second year to the next year, 6th year of the contract, OF will be adjusted by the 1%, then CPI WST inflation factor will be applied. In the 7th year and thereon, only CPI WST inflation factor will be applied to the OF. And we have CPI cap at 4.5% for the waste management contract.
Wait,
First year cost and agreement.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yeah, let's go back to this real quick. So, again, forgive the Flintstone questions, but you're gonna have to indulge us. So, so with the waste management proposed contract, they essentially, do they have operator agreements with those landfills? How does that work? And yeah, because they don't own those landfills.
President, yes, these are waste management landfill. The primary one, El Cervantes landfill, is owned and operated by Waste Management, but they have a private partner agreement with Riverside County. So actually, Riverside County manages their the scale house up front. So they do have an agreement with them, the Riverside County.
So Waste Management owns the landfill. They contract with Riverside to run the scales, et cetera. What about Simi Valley?
Simi Valley is like actually waste management facility. So it's managed, operated by Waste Management.
So they own it and run it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Thanks.
First year cost and agreement, BFI Sunshine Canyon land contract. So first year annual cost will be approximately $30 million, and we will also get 0.45% discount on early payment. Waste management contract, first year annual cost will be $6 million, and we will also get 2% discount on early payment. So total annual cost will be approximately $36 million with both contract. And now I will pass it on to Robert Potter, and he will talk about reason for the long-term contract.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Potter, Division Manager, Support Services. So landfill contracts are needed as we travel down this zero waste path. I know that, the ultimate goal, and we all know the ultimate goal is zero landfilling. But in order to get there, we have to have a path, and the landfills are that path. During this contract negotiations, which was long and a lot of hard work on both sides, from our side and from the vendors, to ensure that we were able to meet all the goals that we had set forth. One of our biggest goals up front was keeping a stable cost and keeping the rates the same the first year, which we were able to accomplish with both vendors through these negotiation process. We were also just able to secure the best rates that we could. They were the lowest tip fees, and within that contract, we're allowed through the movement of materials based on diversion programs through better recycling and organics to reduce the amount of waste that's committed without losing any value on the pricing. So the pricing will remain the same. This was a partnership between the two vendors. The city commits the residual waste from the waste sheds rather than a set tonnage, and that was important in our goal to get to zero waste. We weren't committing a number. We're committing a waste shed, and we anticipate that waste shed's tonnage to drop as we are, through the council and through the board, implementing these strategies to reduce organics and better recycling. So it was important to set the tonnages no tonnages, but set the waste sheds, and that was a key part of our negotiation. Because we have an estimated 20 to 30% organics in the bins, and we also have, some materials that are out there right now that, as you can see, and we'll talk about in the next slide, are going to be, reduced. And it's important that as we reduce that, we're not going to suffer any difference in pricing. The pricing will remain stable, and that's the long term. Next slide, Darshana. So here's kind of the overall and overarching view of our services going forward from now until 2050, and how we're going to get there. Right? These are the things that with the council and the board that are being implemented over time are going to meet these goals. So we have the 90% goal of landfill diversion by 2025. We have 95% by 2035 and 100% by 2050. How do we get there? That's the key element. And that's going to be from the programs that we implement with, the guidance of the board and the council and the mayor. The source reduction, I mean, we've really started that process now with our outreach, our education of our ratepayers. That you shop smart, you waste less, and you recycle the rest. Right? Those are the three kind of strategies that we have. That you don't just buy a bunch of stuff so you end up putting it in the bin. Buy smarter. So those are source reduction things. Environmental preferable purchasing. We want our customers to understand that if you buy something that's recycled, that it will be recycled, right? We don't want a lot of single-use items that are going to end up being landfilled. The single-use products phase-outs and polystyrene phase-outs, I know you're all aware, and we've seen just recently polystyrene being phased out. It was announced recently. The single-use products and some of the things, the wasteful practices, we've attacked those, and with the goal of reducing them. We've had a straws on request put in place, right? Just recently, we started the utensils on demand, right? I mean, this is a big way that we can reduce just excess trash. You go to the restaurant, you get 50 forks and 25 knives, and you only need one, right? So it's going to be changing that environment. So we don't just dump trash that gets dumped, right? We reduce, we use less, and that's that whole source reduction. And that, and these programs will end up reducing the per capita generation, right? Because if you're telling people to be smarter and not to waste food and buy, 16 heads of lettuce for a single family home, they're going to start getting in the habit of purchasing smarter and then reducing that per capita generation. But a key element, especially for our city and some of our, at-risk food people, is that food rescue, which will be, we'll be educating people on how to, when you have food, to make sure that it gets used, that it doesn't get trashed, right? And then through our partnerships on our commercial side also is to see that reduction and how we transition edible food back to the most needy people, right? And our second part of this recycling, the minimum recycled content. In order to bolster your recycling, you have to have a market, right? I mean, so if we're pushing on our side from our legislative side to make sure that our bottles are 100% recycled material or 50% recycled, so that creates another secondary market, right? That creates somebody who needs to capture those bottles in order to make the new 50% contamination bottles. So we're, with our own legislation, the state and federal levels, we're going to be pushing that minimum cycle content in bottles and all the plastics so that there's another market to take that out of our trash stream. If there's a product that a vendor makes, and there's a lot of things in the future. How do we do packaging, right? Amazon, this box thing. Is there a better solution? We're going to see changes in the vendors taking back products, so it's not creating additional waste, right? So if they make a product that doesn't necessarily recycle, but it can be picked up and used 1,000 times, This will reduce trash. Increase C&D recycling. That's construction and demolition. We currently do a great job at it. We have programs, 60+% of the C&D construction demolition material is recycled, but we need to do better. We're going to move that bar up, and making sure that all of this new construction and development ends up in a reused capacity, broken down and reused. Diversified markets, and recycling has been a challenge, and we all know that over the last 5-6 years because of some of the China's new and active policies and not having homes for it. But we've seen now that we're looking at this North American market as the next phase, right? It's because as we have more recycled content material, as we start working towards that goal, we're going to need local markets to take this material and convert it and put it back into the system. And secondary markets is where, when we get to that bottom thing, where does it go? On the organic side, which we talked about earlier, was about 20 to 30% of that black bin material. We're working on 100% organics from the landfill by 2028. Organics is one of the largest greenhouse gas emitters when it comes to decomposition through a landfill process. It's something that's hard for landfills to manage, and it's state mandated through SB 1383 that we start eliminating the organics. So we've been working on pilots for a long time to just target and address that, and we're going to be moving forward with plans to remove that material from the black bin and reduce our organics in the waste stream. And there's a lot of other things that tie on to the organics. Composting master plan of the whole city. How does that work? Local composting, right, for small markets or small areas near apartment complexes. How do we get that? Residential food scrap programs. Do we have a local garden that has a composter there that the community can utilize, right? And we can start reducing the materials going into the black bin. The food scraps drop-off sites. Those may be farmer markets. People use them on the weekends, and if they save their food scraps, there may be a bin there they can put it in, and then another, that agency will continue to create the compost, which will in turn roll back to healthy soil strategies, because now we'll have an abundance of these soils to put back and use properly. In our pilots, we have the in-sync pilot, we have commingled pilots. These are all strategies to reduce the organics in the bin moving forward, which will reduce our dependencies on landfills and get us towards our zero waste goal. There are other things that we're working on, and people don't realize a lot of times that they are organic, but like carpet and textiles, clothing, and all that. We currently, I think there's a pilot coming up for textiles and how do we recover those. We did a carpet study, and there's some environmental stewardship programs where the vendors that make these products will take these products back. So these will be taking them out of the landfill stream and putting them back into a recycled stream. We've had some great successes with tire recovery. We recover tires that don't go to landfills now. We also have a mattress recycling council that we partnered with Cal Recycle on. So we are making strides every day to reduce the impact on our landfills. Next slide, please. I had to take a breath, sorry. So here's kind of a quick overview of where we were in 2011 and how do we get to what we want to get to by 2050. And it's kind of broken down into the commercial and residential. So in 2011, this is our generation rate. And if you see the generation rate is escalating, and that's going to be escalating because of the population increase we're anticipating, just in natural growth. And our diversion goals were about 76.4%. So about 23% of all this generated was going, 23.6 was going to landfill, which is about 3 million tons roughly. By 2025, our target is 90%. With all these programs that we're implementing, we're going to start seeing that. And one of the largest, requirements, part of our commercial program, is a reduction of 1 million tons in the course of the next few years. That is that 62%. That's the big quick target that's going to get us down into the lower range. The rest of those are going to be the finite programs that we discussed earlier. Source reduction, banning certain single-use plastics, making sure organics doesn't end up in the black bin. we also discussed earlier about the alternative technologies, right? So when we get down to that residual amount, to get to zero, there has to be another solution. And we believe that there is going to be some emerging technologies that will handle that residual amount, that last 5–10% that we need to get to that zero waste. That's the goal that we've set for us. It's an ambitious goal, but we at LA Sand have every hope and desire and knowledge that we are capable and competent in the ability to get there. So we're going to be doing that. And so the next steps, I think, is my last slide here. We're here asking for board approval. This is the process of these two contracts. We'll be asking for the board's approval. It'll have mayor and council approval, and then we'll have final execution. And at this point, along with all my friends and staff and boss and everybody else are here to thank you for your time and allowing us to present these. And we're going to open this up to any questions, and I'm sure there's hundreds of them, and we're here to answer them all.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you, Darshna. Thank you, Dr. Romano. Thank you, Alex. Can we close the shared screen? There we go. Great. All right. This is a substantial item, to say the least. Let's open this up for questions. And I will note, I see we have Chris Coyle from BFI, from Sunshine Canyon Landfill, with us as well. If folks have questions for him. President Pro Tem Davis, I want to start with you.
I wanted to ask about and I don't know if you feel that this is appropriate now, our overall zero waste goals. How does this project fit into our overall zero waste goals? I've heard you mention several dates of years of, I think, probably milestones that we hope to achieve there. And I know you can't tell me an in-depth answer in just this one proposal. However, if you could paraphrase or summarize for me, what impact will this proposal have on our overall vision for zero waste?
Okay, so, and I kind of touched on it earlier, is that as we transition to all these programs, we still have a need to provide services. Alex touched on this at the beginning. We provide service to 750,000 residents, plus some other customers that are, our other sister agencies. So landfills are needed as a stepping stone to zero waste, right? Because we still have the materials that are not able to be recycled at this point or need to be banned, or the materials like organics that need to be removed through these programs that we're starting. So this will give us the ability to dispose of that material as we reduce it over time to get to zero. But we need it as a stepping stone to the final solution.
And in terms of,
I'm sorry, if I can also clarify,
sure.
Commissioner Davis, what happens is when we look at the city, we are responsible for the entire 4 million residents. We provide bulky item collection from every single household in the city. When we looked at the 3 million tons that was presented, a big portion, the residential side, the city has been aggressive for many years. We've been having black bin, blue bin, brown bin. We have carpet, recycling in some stages. We also have the mattress recycling. What we have found deficiencies in on the commercial side. So thanks to Recycla coming in, the 1 million ton that we are trying to achieve by 2025 through our partnership with the Recycla service providers will allow us to reach the 90% diversion set by Mayor Garcetti. So the residential side, as you could see from that table that Darshna was presenting, residential have taken so much. We used generate over 1.5, 1.6 million tons on the residential side. That has went down about 800, 900,000 now. So we have done significant reduction on the residential side. The commercial side, where Recycla comes in, the 1 million ton is crucial to be done by 2025 for us to reach the zero waste set by Mayor Garcetti.
And what year again will we anticipate that to be?
2025. It's a contractual agreement in
Okay.
Recycla. if the RSP, we have 7 recycler service providers. If they fail to reach that milestone, there is a consequence in liquidated damages. There is also consequences of not getting their contract renewal. Because as you know, the city divided into 2 parts, residential, commercial.
Sure.
Residential has been doing aggressive. We're doing a lot of programs. We also brought in the commercial, and that's, I think, the beauty of Recycla. We brought the commercial along to reach the same diversion we have on the residential side.
Absolutely. And this particular proposal is impacting the residential, the residential side, right?
Well, this one allows us to keep reducing and have the price set for the next 10 years.
Okay.
So usually it's like if you produce more, you pay less and so forth. However, I think the beauty of this contracts you are voting on today is that give you 10-year window of knowing what the price is. And we only really going after the operation fee.
Sure.
Like, was described and President Good was asking, because, the other stuff, the pass-through, the taxes, the local enforcement agencies, the state tax and everything else, that is not touched.
Sure.
And just to build up to Mike's question, I mean, the hypothetical here that is relevant to our zero waste goals, and this is obviously wildly hypothetical, but let's just say, some wizard showed up in Los Angeles and we figured out how to divert everything to reuse next year, right? We would be under no obligation under this contract to spend a dime or to send one thing to Sunshine Canyon or to Waste Management under that scenario.
Yes, that's correct, and that was the key element to our negotiations and working with our vendors, and Alex touched on it. I mean, typically the old style was the more you brought, the cheaper the rate, right? This doesn't matter. The rate doesn't change. The rate's going to continue on whatever progressive rate schedule it is, whether we bring them the 500 tons or 10 tons. That rate will stay stable, and then the better we do at our programs, the less it will be delivered. But we're on the hook for nothing that is diverted due to these programs.
Sorry, Mike. I thought that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. When I look at all of the dynamic things and activities that sanitation is leading our city in, as it relates to our zero waste goal, there is a consistent need for us to do some education, to increase the awareness about this work that we are doing. I mean, you guys are experts at it. You know the details of it. But your being brilliant in it really is not effective if those of us that are on the board and those of us who are consumers of the work that you're doing are not up to date with the basic kind of knowledge of what you're doing, so that we can participate to whatever degree we can in helping to make sure that we reach this goal together. There's a role for us as consumers in helping to achieve this. What does this proposal before us today say about increasing the awareness of the public in some way about what we're proposing? Or is there some role for consumers as it is being proposed today? I mean, I know that this is certainly dealing with a potential contractor to go to a certain landfill to work with, I guess I thought I heard you say organics. But to what degree in this work do we have a need for public education, increasing awareness of the public about what we're doing?
So I would say, and it's a great question. It's a great question. It's a very key component. And I touched on it a little bit in my presentation. LA Sanitation is constantly reaching out to our ratepayers and explaining the changes in our models and what we expect in order to get there. So like I talked about, we have multiple pilots that we ran on the organics. One was the InSync pilot. That InSync pilot was notifying residents, and it will be put out there as we move forward to this organics diversion, that you can use your garbage disposal to get rid of some of your your organics, right? Your shavings, your potato peelings, whatever, you can grind those up and let them go through the system. That's a reduction in organics. The next program would be maybe a commingled, where you take organics and put it in the green bin, because it'll be composted and returned to a soil, a healthy soil environment. So LA Sand has a team that markets all of our programs and that really educates the ratepayers on what our new programs are and what our new expectations are. And we also, in that engagement, we want to bring them in as part of it, because they are the team, right? We can only put so much information out and say this is what we want to do and we want to be successful, but we're not successful without the rest of the team, which is every resident that we service. So
that's correct.
We have a vigorous outreach program. We have a marketing director that's out there every day working on that. And then as we implement programs, we have plans attached to each program for outreach, education, and other methods to make sure we bring our team players with us.
Okay, and so here's my other question. As we have looked at all of the issues that are inherent intrinsically from within the city, the things that you need to do as sanitation, coming to the Board of Public Works, getting this thing passed and all of that. When we look at what we're doing, and when we look at the market in terms of zero waste, period, where do we see us fitting in what we're doing with other like organizations in the city, in the state, in the county rather, or in the state? Who is doing what we're doing in terms of implementing the kinds of things that you're proposing to us today? Is this pioneering leadership in terms of what we're doing, or are there some other cities doing it, either in the state of California or somewhere else? Where do we fit in extrinsically in the market of those who have to also manage cities as it relates to better managing their waste? Where are we?
I'd like to point out, Commissioner Davis, that I know the Board of Public Works sees a lot of contracts, and this board has approved multiple contracts that is helping sanitation reach zero waste. One of them, and the 18,000 home pilot commingled material, that was approved by the Board of Public Works. The contracts through Paul Rock's help, where we are using nonprofit organization to do food composting and collection at farmers market, was approved by your board. It's now went to the mayor for the cost containment, but hopefully it will be released. But that was approved by the board. A contract that came to the Board of Public Works that dealt with education for all the nonprofit organization. We try and use PACOIMA, LACC, and others, came to your board, and your board approved that one going in. The mayor, in his State of the City address, put over $2.5 million or so for sanitation and the Board of Public Works to address the issue that comes in with food being in the landfills, also to help restaurants to move away from disposable items. So your board has been on the forefront of these things.
Right.
Now, I'm going to be biased with your question.
Okay.
Because, I love my sanitation, and we are number one. And why do I say we're number one? Who do I compare us to? San Francisco is a great city. We look at the programs, we work with them, but they're a small city versus we have so much diversified city in here in Los Angeles with different languages and different things. And we failed on some aspect in the communication different languages. I'll be the first one to admit that. But we've been doing great jobs through our education to expand it. Berkeley is another city, but this is a small city compared to LA. I sit on the U.S. Conference of Mayors as the vice president of that organization. I can tell you every city, look out to LA, how we're doing, how we're moving forward. The aggressiveness of us reaching zero waste by 2025 or 90% diversion is everybody looking at us. How is LA going to do it? We have a plan forward. Unfortunately, we got hit with COVID, financial issues, and we are a little bit falling, and hopefully we can catch up and move again. But, we are the standard that other cities look at. And when you look in the big scheme of things, we are attacking greenhouse gases. That is also an environmental issue that your board have taken many, forward-thinking ideas on them when we converted our trucks and other things. So we are working in that direction. And of course, you know, again, I'm biased, so.
Well, it's always good to hear the data from where you all say that we are, and certainly we want to continue to be there. We want to continue to lead as we do in so many other areas. But it's always good for those of us who are the consumers on this side of the table to be brought up to speed on where we are and what it is that we need to do to assist to be more effective in this work. So thank you so much for answering my questions.
And I have to give a shout out for Dr. Romano because she took a program, 18,000 homes, and she did the fantastic job of giving them kitchen pails, implementing this organic program. And with the data we've seen from residential participation, with the limited amount of money we spend, is really something to behold. And hopefully we can expand this program.
Great.
Thank you.
And thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Colosa, would you like to ask any questions?
Sure. Usually I'll have 50 questions, but I only have a handful today since the LACN team did a very nice job of answering a lot of my questions before today. And I think I just want to commend them for all their hard work on bringing this, this item before the board. It's a big deal. It's combined $1 billion contract, right? And that we don't pass too many of those. And, this is the type of contract that's going to change the landscape of our city for the better. And so I appreciate the flexibility that your team has built into this, and understanding the challenges and everything that we've thrown your way, and aggressive goals to reduce our waste in the city. So I just want to say that first and foremost. I was hoping just to ask a few quick follow-up questions that I didn't get to ask in our briefing, but kind of came up now. But can you explain a little bit about what the profit sharing points were for? I know that both respondents received 0 out of 5 points on that, and what exactly did that mean?
Sure. So in all of our contracts that we put out, some of them are for disposal services like landfilling or transfers, some are for recycling, and some are for green waste. So we add that element in there because if they have a technology that can generate revenue through their process, then we would expect that they share some of those profits with us since we're the ones delivering them the materials. It doesn't necessarily apply well to a landfill situation because it's directly bearing the material. But in a recycling situation, let's say where you had, we delivered on cardboard boxes, cans and all that, all those things have value. So we would expect that as our vendor and as our partner that there would be some profit sharing. So in this case, it's pretty standard that we have profit sharing because we don't know what's available to the landfill, and they may have a technology, and we would want to be receiving profits if they were available. In this case, there wasn't. So.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. I see, Mr. Coyle, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, commissioners. Thanks for allowing me to participate here. One item I would like to note on that is, since the landfill is in the city of LA, we do pay a franchise fee to the city of LA on total gross revenues. That's well over $2 million a year back to the city. So there's another added benefit we have of the landfill being located in the city of LA.
Great.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Coyle. And then just on the
Mr. Coyle, that's independent of this contract period. Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. If you didn't bring us that, it's since I'm cited in the city of LA, right. I owe you that franchise fee. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. And I'm just going to ask a follow-up question on the profit sharing piece. So does that lock us in with the contract we have in place if there were, as you say, emerging markets that were to result in some of our diversion goals, knowing that materials will be made from, different types of plastics or different materials that would, as you say, would create new markets? Does that lock us in? Or is that something that is negotiable for the future?
So I don't know if Alex wants to take it. I think that the way we structured it was, and like you said, the key word, diversion, right? So if there's a technology where, let's say, they could take the materials from the black bin to a facility and it turned into a whatever product it was, that's diversion, and it has no effect on what we deliver to the landfill. And our prices don't go up because we deliver less. So that's the way we worked at the contract. So as emerging technologies arise, and let's say there's a way to convert it to fuel or to convert it to something, that has a value, it won't affect this contract, and we can drop the tonnage going to these facilities without any penalty and maintain the same pricing.
Right. No, I get that. I'm more just trying to understand how the city can get some profit sharing for the emerging markets that I know will result from diversion goals is essentially what I'm trying to say. Maybe next time we can make that 10 or 15 points for the next round. As a suggestion, since both respondents got a 0 for that piece. I just think there's a lot of opportunity here on the table that maybe we should consider, knowing that this is a $1 billion contract over a very long period of time.
And I think if you look at there was two that we wanted to continue to negotiate with, right? Those are the emerging technologies. They're going to have an element of profit sharing there because the emerging technology is going to produce something. It may produce syngas. It may produce whatever it may be, and then there will be a profit sharing there that will offset costs. So as we transfer into the other negotiations, we will see some profit sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. And Mr. Coyle, I have one more question for you before I yield the rest of my time. But can you just talk a little bit about your business inclusion numbers and how you got to where you are? They were under the amounts that we had anticipated for this, right? 10% MBE, you pledged 1.54%. We wanted 2% WBE, you put 0.13. And again, it's such a large contract. I can't stress that again. For a very long period of time. What happened there, and can we do anything to make it better?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. During the RFP process, we did diligently performed our outreach to engage any and all potential disadvantaged businesses to reach the anticipated participation level set in the RFP. With this contract, most of the spend, most of the dollars go to host and royalty fees, the franchise fees that I just mentioned earlier, the environmental infrastructure of the landfill, which you can see behind me, and the maintenance of that environmental infrastructure. And then a large portion also goes to union labor and benefits too. So there's literal opportunity to subcontract any of this work. We all do this work mostly in-house. We were able to find a MIB for transportation for the tons that will be going into the Falcon transfer station from the harbor. So that's how we were able to find that. And then we found a women-owned business to do some stormwater engineering work for us. There just wasn't a whole lot of opportunity for us. And we look to, if the opportunity arises, to expand our use of these contractors over the life of the contract. And as we've done through our Recycler partnership, we strive to share our success with others. So we look forward to being able to expand this in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle, for outlining that. You have what's before us, a potential 17-year contract. So I will look very closely at these numbers, as I'm sure the rest of our board will, on bolstering them, because there's 17 years to continue to build up the industry and the market for who to subcontract with. And if there's something else that maybe is better suited for us to look at in terms of data about how you are improving business inclusion, whether even that's through your workforce. Like, we would love to know, what your workforce looks like, if it's diverse, who you're hiring, men or women. I would personally love to see that because, again, this is an ongoing partnership that, we're going to be in a relationship for a very long time. And I continue to challenge you to do more because we know that you can and you will, and it's the right thing to do.
You have my commitment on that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Coyle. And that's it for me, President Good.
Thanks, Commissioner Colosa. Vice President Garcia.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you to all the sanitation team for bringing this to our attention. My colleagues have asked very good questions, so mine dwindle down a lot, but I do have a couple of questions. One, I saw that the service fee, going back to the RFP, the service fee, there was a lot of attention put, there was 40 points just for the service fee. That's almost getting us close to 100 of the actual points that can somebody receive. And I understand service fee is one of the most important things that we can rate, but why did we give it a 40? There was other elements that were also a bit important as well. And you could give me a very short answer. It doesn't have to be a long answer for this. Alex or Potter?
Alex, trying to find the mute button. Sometimes it's yeah. I mean, this is really a great question. We usually give service fee between 40 to 60%. In this case, what we really wanted to do, a couple things, like we mentioned. One of them is to have a dependable location where we take our trash in case of fire, in case of pandemic, in case of earthquakes. So we had to put some points on those, because what good would it be for us if it be at $2 or 50 cents when there is a pandemic or there is an earthquake? We have no locations.
Right.
And I know, for a fact, other cities, when they had hurricanes or something, they had no landfills, right? They had no place to take it. Louisiana, Texas, and other places, they challenged. So that was very important for us to have that, those qualifications. Also, with 24/7 operation, we pick up 5 days a week. So we wanted landfills that are open in the morning at 6 o'clock, close at 6 p.m., allow us also Saturday, Sunday access, which we didn't, that's really also important, because one of the proposers who we did not make the list, was number 3, was the fact the landfill was not available for us in the mornings. So that's a challenge. What do we do with the trash? It's all sitting on the ground. We're waiting for the landfill to open. So that's why we needed to have that. Also, we recognize the importance of a price that allows us to achieve the mayor goal. We are reaching 90% diversion in 2025, one way or another. We're going to achieve it. And for us to reach that, we had to be open on the pricing, that we say, look, we need a decent price, we need a landfill, and this is a 10-year contract. It's not a 1-year contract, not a 2-year contract. So as we get into this relationship, we need them to be available to us 24/7, even like, tomorrow when we're going to be having some operational issue, we're not going to be able to complete routes today. The landfill is going to be open for us tomorrow so we can send material. That's very crucial. So that's why we put it that way.
Thank you for that. Fair enough on that answer. My next question is around Sunshine Canyon landfill. So based on what you just said, there's time restrictions around landfills. Doesn't Sunshine Canyon also have some kind of restrictions that the community placed on a couple of years ago?
A couple of years ago, there was an abatement order that was placed on the landfill that opened at 9 o'clock to 6 p.m. That presented challenge for us. Mm-hmm. That abatement order has been lifted.
Okay.
And what happened is, I don't have a slide, maybe we should have included it. We worked with NASA and JPL, and they flew over the state of California. And Sunshine Canyon was one of the landfills that had high emission of methane. But to their credit, they worked with multiple environmental groups and environmental organizations and technical people. And when the second flyby NASA showed significantly the landfill was basically undetectable at the time when the flight by NASA did. So we were able, when we were making the decision on continuing our relationship with Republic, that played a key role. Also, one of the great consultants that they employ basically they were forced to implement collection system to capture all the gas that's coming in, the double liners they had. They also stopped using certain practices, whether it's the public fault or was imposed on them. So now they shifted back to the proper maintenance of landfill and the proper coverage of the landfill. And that's why it was very crucial to us looking at the NASA imaging of the two before and after. That was crucial for us continuing our relationship with them.
Got it. Second question on Sunshine Landfill.
Just for clarity, there's also another restriction, and that is that, and it's a partnership with the community, is that we don't use Balboa Boulevard as a travel method to the landfill, except for on Mondays, which was when we're collecting in that area. We utilize the freeway routes to not impact the community that we're collecting in that's near Sunshine Canyon.
Got it. Okay. I guess that brings me to my question on, and if you don't have an answer, that's fine. So what's the ultimate goal for the Sunshine Canyon landfill? And like I said, if you don't have an answer, that's fine. If you do, if there's already been talks about what is the ultimate goal for that landfill, do you mind sharing that with us?
You want me to take that, Alex?
Sure, Chris.
Yeah, so the future site or future use of the landfill, once it's all closed and filled up, is designated as open space. So it'll be hiking trails or something along those lines for public use, and it'll become a public asset.
Okay, and we're looking at that in 10 years, 15, 20?
2038 is when we're currently slated to close, and that's why we kind of aligned this contract term and extension aligned along with that. So it aligns with our closure date.
Okay, understood. Got it. Okay. Second question is, given that we are such a big city and we work with folks like you just said, NASA and JPL, have we had conversation with Amazon? And I think Potter brought this up. Given the fact that when there's so many shipments and, orders that get fulfilled and, I'm sure, we've received multiple boxes and wrappers. I know that we do it here at home. Everybody in this house orders something every day almost, I think. How have you guys had conversations with Amazon, at least for our city, to make it a more sustainable, less packaging? I know they're doing some type of effort. It doesn't seem like it's enough, but have those conversations happened with Amazon, given that Amazon's the biggest culprit of sending so many boxes to our homes?
Amazon was very helpful to us by implementing the Christmas tree program for us. They basically pro bono supported this program where we were able to utilize the app and people could place down their, just by talking to their Alexa, to place their Christmas tree. So during those meetings, I brought up the subject to them that we do need to do something with the boxes, similar to what Loop is doing right now, where they take the box, refill it, and send it back. Unfortunately, we did not follow up with those conversations, but they did understand where we are heading in the city, and they need to do it. So they promised to move it up, and we will have to go back and follow up with them, and I can get back to you, Commissioner Garcia.
I think that was great, the whole communication system that they let us use pro bono. Amazon's big enough and there's enough consumers in the city of LA, I'm sure, that's using Amazon. So thank you for that. But I think we should continue the conversation with Amazon and bring them to the initiatives that we have here at the city and see how they can align themselves with us. Thank you to Amazon for that, but that's really just a communication system, and thank you, appreciate it, but I think they can do more, is what I'm trying to say. So I would suggest if the conversations can continue with Amazon around that and see what are the things that they can change or modify to just become a little bit more, efficient on this. And they should probably really should know where we're heading as a city, so that they can align themselves with us. And so given that we have 4 million residents here, and I'm 100% sure that probably 50% or even 60% of us residents here are ordering from Amazon on a very frequent basis. So that's one part that I have. And then lastly, and I'll stop here, that'll be my last one. Given that this is such a long-term contract and a very huge contract for us, I would suggest if this team and probably even Mr. Bucoyle can come on a semi-annual basis and report to us how we are, where we're at in our path to a 2025 diversion goal that we have. 2025 is very close. We are at 2021 now. So 3 years from now or 4. So I would suggest that if we can just come on a semi-annual basis for you to report to us where we're at and what we're doing and how we are on point getting to that goal.
We'll be glad to.
Thank you, Alex, Potter, Mr. Coyle, Ms. Romano. By the way, can I be part of your pilot program? I love that pilot program, by the way. And so I've always wanted one of those buckets too. But good job on that, and I appreciate you doing that pilot program. I'm not sure if you've come to the board and given us final results on how that pilot program went, but if you're not, please do so. If you have not, please do so. It'd be interesting to know how it went and how you're going to expand it now, or if it's going to be expanded throughout the whole city as well. And Ms. Patel, thank you for your time today. Great job on presenting to us. And that's it for my time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. I would maybe add to your request for periodic reports that it would be sort of all-inclusive of also Recicla and the commercial side, so that we get a sort of holistic picture of where we're at in terms of those goals on a regular basis. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you. Thank you for today's presentation, just to all of sanitation staff. It was really informative. Before we get started, I'm not sure, Mr. Coyle, are you with BFI or are you with sanitation?
No, I'm with BFI, Sunshine Canyon. I'm the general manager for the facility.
You didn't give where you were from, and I just deduced that from being affiliated with Sunshine Canyon. Okay.
My apologies.
No worries. Thank you. So thanks everyone for today's presentation. I think it's imperative just for us to be able just to learn more and see where all of our funds are going towards. And I say our funds because we're all city family. I understand it's, the Solid Waste Resource Revenue Fund. But this is something that is about changing behavior. I just, recently I have family from Texas, and they don't recycle as much, so they come to my house and they're mixing everything, and I was just having a heart attack. And just, I had to stop that. Because I know that, their black bin is just for trash, and, other material goes into our blue bin or our green bin. And I've seen also some actual private, vendors taking responsibility, right? Just making a full cycle. I see that with my, vegetables, where I'm able to at least recycle my packaging and give it back, and I just put it out in front of my my house. So I'm just saying that because there is a desire from the industry to be able to do something like that, just to take responsibility. Just going to Commissioner Garcia's comment, and it could start small and venture out. My question is for sanitation. I noticed that the waste management contract, although not as large as the contract with BFI, the end location where our trash ends up is at El Sobrante in Riverside County. Just wanting to know for clarification, their trucks, are they CNG? That's 54 miles from the city of Los Angeles.
Yes, so I can answer that. Yes, we're a city facility, and we're required to have natural or clean fuel vehicles transport from our facilities. So our contracts with our vendors at Clark's, which is the location we transfer from. So this would be out to Riverside and also up to Sunshine are all natural gas vehicles. So they're the lowest emissions vehicles.
Okay, wonderful. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you. And the next question, I think it was hit on by, I think, Commissioner Colosa's questioning. I noticed that IWT also proposed on this RFP, and their bid didn't come out as high. Nonetheless, they still offer, and this is just opinion based, but they still offer the conversion technology piece. And just wondering to the extent, because Mr. Potter, you spoke about some type of innovation technology for the future. Is this something that we're looking into? It sounds more to me like a public-private partnership that can possibly have a funding source to be able to have housed either in Los Angeles, although it's so stringent, our rules, but I'm wondering to the extent that you all have thought about that, if you can just, speak to that.
Yeah, of course. And I think Rowena touched on it, that their scoring was a little lower than the others because they didn't actually have a facility built yet. So they're in the process of siting and getting permitting and going through the sequence process to get approved and doing their environmental impact reports. That's why we asked to allow us to, to continue to negotiate with them as we go forward. A model for these types of businesses is a cost sharing method to reduce costs, right? There's a large investment in making vessels to convert, right? But there's an upside on the back of that is once you make something out of it, it has a value. So that's kind of how they can make their cost model closer to, maybe not as cheap as landfill, but closer to landfilling, but then it's not being landfilled. And then you have a result. So there is that profit sharing feature, and sometimes it's built into it in a direct sharing of profit. And there's another way where it's an offset of total cost, right? So if they generate something that's worth $40, instead of charging us 80, they'll charge us 40 because they'll keep the 40. So, but we're going to continue, of course, and that we know that these technologies are needed as we go forward to get to zero waste.
Yeah.
So we're going to continue to negotiate with them as they go through the process. And yeah, you're right. It's, whatever way we can work with them to accomplish the goal of getting, that system in, then we're going to work with them.
And then last, what about the other two facilities, BFI or Waste Management? Is this something that they're interested in doing on their actual landfills so that they don't have to do through they'll still have to go through siting requirements, but it's not as stringent since the land is already there? Anything to that?
I can speak for Sunshine Canyon here. So the one thing that we do currently is we have about half of our landfill gas goes to a landfill gas to energy plant, which generates electricity for about 20 to 22,000 homes annually. There's currently no plans to do anything like that at Sunshine. That the permit is fairly restrictive to landfilling activities only. But as these technologies become proven and the economics work on them, Republic will definitely take a look at them and see if Sunshine's a candidate for a facility like that.
Yeah, I know it's a loaded question. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that these take time. Sometimes that's in our favor, just to be able to figure things out with innovation.
Yeah, thanks for understanding.
And I just want to add that, in our contract with Sunshine Canyon, we were able to, they're working as a partner with us, so they actually give us funds back to advance our ability to look into alternative technologies, which is built into the contract. So there is a sharing of revenue back to us. So as we look at these technologies, we'll have money to do it with it.
Wonderful. Thank you again to your team. I don't have any other questions. I think that if we're going to be able to receive any kind of reporting periodically to the board, that would be helpful. I would be interested in that as well. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Villegas. Bob, can we just rewind just 2 seconds and unpack again that last answer to the question, but in terms of money coming back to invest, to contribute to the exploration?
Yes, within the Sunshine Canyon contract, there's a line item that's an alternative to landfills that we negotiated. So annually, and it's a different amount based on times in the contract. Certain times it's a fixed amount, and then knowing that we're going to reduce the volume going into the landfill, it's going to be amount fixed on what we bring in. But a certain percentage of our tonnage later down the road will be refunded back to us to the alternate technologies fund that we use to explore these technologies, and we use it to. In fact, we used it for the pilots for the organics, right? So these are the funds that we were getting off our previous contract, which this was in the original contract, the same language. It was put into a technologies fund, and then that money was used to fund the TOS to do these organics diversion programs. So it's kind of a partnering, right? We get a percentage of a little small piece of the money back that we use on our tip fees, and they use it to advance our understanding of alternative technologies or diversion.
So that would actually be certainly germane to the profit sharing question earlier. I mean, there is some, albeit nibbles, let's say, coming back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's specific. That's almost like a special fund, specifically cordoned off for exploration of alternative technologies.
It goes into a fund for alternative technologies. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Couple of questions, and I really appreciate the exceedingly thorough, but appropriately thorough presentation. As a number of my colleagues have pointed out, this is in the dictionary by the word gargantuan contract. There's a picture of this deal here, or these deals. So, Chris, can you just share a bit? Sunshine Canyon's in Council District 12. Can you talk a bit about the community relationships? I know that there's a long history here, and so tell us about your relationship and BFI's relationship with the surrounding community.
I'd be glad to, President, and thanks for the opportunity. So as far as the community partnerships go, first off, I sit on the Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council as a member, and I participate on a regular basis. I've been doing that. There's a seat set aside for the general manager of Sunshine Canyon, so the general manager can participate and be available to the community on a regular basis. And operating landfills, one of the things you learn or that you become good at is planning and land use. So I also volunteer my time to the Planning and Land Use Committee for the Granada Hills North Neighborhood Council, since I have that expertise in my background. And so I enjoy doing that and helping them, guide them through that. We also have the Community Advisory Committee. That's every other month. And I participate in that religiously. We actually have one coming up next Thursday. And that's where I get out in front of the community and give them an update of what's going on, the happenings at Sunshine Canyon. You know, where we're landfilling, construction projects, next cell development, how we're doing on those types of things. I also support the LAPD Devonshire Division PALS initiative. In fact, they got an event on Monday that I'll be participating in. And for years, we've supported the North Valley YMCA, not only their annual golf tournament, but their annual auction and event out there. So, and then we do various other things out in the community too. For example, the emergency preparedness fair that normally would go on at the Northridge Mall. Didn't happen last year, but we participated and provided supplies for them at that. So we're definitely out there, and I'm out there every chance I get to talk to the community and let them ask me questions.
Can I come in really quick, Mr. Coyle? I would also recommend that you also look the other way on your community um, activities, the Silmar Way. It's right on the cusp of Granada Hills, and it really does touch the end of Granada Hills. And so Silmar also is a neighbor to the Sunshine Landfill. I would also recommend that maybe you should probably give an update to Silmar Neighborhood Council. There's also a lot of stuff happening on this side of the valley or the Sunshine Landfill.
Understood. Thank you for that.
It's great. Great point, Vice President Garcia. Thanks, Chris. That's great. You stay busy with meetings for sure, I suspect, yeah, it's good that they have a seat for y'all. I suspect Sunshine Canyon takes a fair amount of space on the regular agendas.
Yeah, most definitely.
At the neighborhood council. Let me ask this. In terms of, you'll take this the right way, Chris. Well, let me ask this: the 2038 timeline, is that a BFI determined date, or is that part of an agreement with Cal Recycle? Can you just flesh that out a little bit?
Yeah, so the city, the landfill is two joined landfills, right? The county and the city portion. The county portion, part of its conditional use permits or our entitlements, has a hard stop at the end of 2038.
Okay. So sort of like so many landfills, and Puente Hills being an example, it is a real and imposed expiration date.
Correct.
Got it. And again, I know you'll take this well. Alex, Bob, Darshna, Rowena, in essence, despite this contract, we are trying assiduously and relentlessly to put Mr. Coyle out of a job, right?
100%.
That is the goal.
100%. Me and Chris talked about this many times. That end game is to not use the landfill, so he knows that too. So
well aware of it.
And I'm confident Mr. Coyle will be able to take care of himself when that day comes.
Let's hope so.
That's right. But we are, and so I am very interested in the continued pursuit. This is a dynamic, obviously, a dynamic industry, and the continued pursuit of alternative technologies. Along with behavior modification on the part of our constituents and customers. Flesh out a little more of those conversations with IWT and Echo. What was the other one?
EnviroPack.
EnviroPack, yeah.
Dr. Romano, you want to take this?
Sure, thanks, Alex. Right, so we're looking at their proposals, President Good and commissioners, and we've had meetings with them and conversations with them, looking at where they are financially, where they are with their land, talking about their technologies. However, because we've been so busy, getting these landfill contracts through, we have sort of, asked them to, continue the conversation after we get these through. So we plan to talk to them more about what those are. For EnviroPack, as I mentioned, they are looking for a site in Santa Clarita area. As far as what we know so far, they're looking at, putting together an anaerobic digestion as well as gasification on the site, and then turning that into a usable fuel. May also include, upfront MRF to collect any bottles and aluminum and metals and such. So, and on the other side with IWT, they're looking at another technology. This is the gasification technology. On the other side for EnviroPack was a pyrolysis. On IWT side, they're looking at a thermal select technology, and then also along with that is a LanzaTech technology. And so they produce a syngas, and then that syngas is turned into ethanol, and the product then there is ethanol. So again, we're looking at these technologies, looking forward to learn more about these technologies and how to bring them here into the U.S. EnviroPack and and IWT have mentioned, the use of such technologies and in other countries. I know on, the East Coast side, they use a lot of like mass burn technologies, incineration. So, we want to do a little bit better more on this side, not just mass burn. We know that the 3 facilities here in California, Stanislaus, Commerce, we do have the Long Beach Surf facility here, still up and running. That's that joint powers agreement between LA County with Long Beach. So there are those types of facilities, but we are looking at, how to make them better. We've also been approached by others that want to bring such types of technologies on board. So I think we still have a lot of work to do in terms of that.
Thanks, Doctor. And I mean, and that's helpful. I mean, at the risk of being master of the obvious, almost as tortured as the history of landfills is the history of pyrolysis and other alternative technologies, right? And I can speak personally, and Mr. Halou knows this for about a decade now. Mass burn, I think should have no place in LA, and I know it's, what I'm really interested in is, and why I say, things are so dynamic, just like landfilling in 2021 is literally a different planet than it was in 1991, or really even 2001, or there's just, I know that the technologies have just accelerated so much. And similarly, I know with the alternative technologies, I mean, that in early iterations, they were all just different forms of burning. And so I encourage, and I'm personally very, very interested in anaerobic digestion. I think that it's a real possibility, and not any particular vendors, and including these two, but it is, there's such potential there, obviously also around organics and this big riddle of organics that we're going to be dealing with. That's got to be part of the all of the above approach. And as y'all are looking at the profit sharing possibilities there, or even partnerships, I think is really something to look at. So I'm going to just telegraph that I'm going to end up suggesting an amendment to the report, if approved, which would be an additional recommendation to direct sanitation to continue exploring alternative technologies, including but not exclusive to the other vendors in this report. So, I feel like I can speak for my colleagues, utterly agnostic as to who. Great if we have ongoing conversations with these folks, but anybody with technology to explore here, we're going to need to. And I think there's value add in codifying and connecting that to this actual report, this specific report in particular, given that it is the sort of along with the zero waste writ large goals, which is really around behavior modification and systems modification, also what the end use, what the end game is on it too. So note that I'm going to end up recommending that amendment.
I support you, President Good, on doing something like that. I think it's, our sanitation staff already, they are cognizant of it. I'm sure of that, but it's just for it to go on record and induce the private industry to know that there is a desire and an interest from government, because public and private are always going to be symbiotic. We're dependent on one another, and just to go on the record, just to be able to promulgate that, innovation, and just to be able to, for private to be able to hear that we're interested in it.
Yes, and also so that the division can communicate internally that we have to devote time to this because the board made us do it. Which, by the way, I say largely in jest, because I certainly know everyone on this team is very interested in that, and I've had conversations with all of y'all for years, certainly for years on that. So, but we'll do that. Chris, I just want to. I'm not even sure if I should ask this. Ted, you'll slap my head if not. The jobs at BFI. I love Commissioner Colosa's request / recommendation around just no. I mean, look, I get this is not, and even with the hauling side and recycling, it's not an industry that lends itself to extensive subcontracting, and I get that. You're a plant that runs on staff, and notably, I'm going to say it, Ted. You're also a union shop, and these are, that means there are job standards, and these are high quality jobs with career pathways, and that is very, very meaningful. I would point to this city's commitment to equity, and the mayor's executive directive 27, right? 27, which also challenges private industry. The 27 is an internal commitment to ensuring that our workforce is reflective of the city and the population of the city. And the mayor has been very pronounced, and the city council has as well. And I think that this board has and will continue to be to call on our partners in private industry to really challenge themselves and adhere to the same thing. And it's the kind of question you're going to just regularly get. So just know that. And we would welcome any, and it can be offline, but any sort of reporting on what the makeup of your workforce is. You're not required to. We're asking you to. It's just helpful for us to be aware of that. Anything you want to speak to on that, Chris?
I just quickly would just want to mention that we do have a very diverse workforce. We have, traditionally in a male-centric industry, we do have female employees out there. And, leadership is extremely diverse too, with a, Asian Pacific female who is my business unit finance manager. And I'd be happy to share those diversity facts with you because it's impressive. I'm proud of what we've done at the site as far as the team that we've been able to build over the last 4 years. And also just our organization in and of itself has its own goals for diverse purchasing, diverse banking, and those types of things. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but it's part of our sustainability goals over the next several years. So we're doing it as an organization. So hopefully, as we start looking for those vendors that are disadvantaged businesses, I can start including those in the reporting as far as where I'm buying, hard hats and vests and gloves from.
Would love that, Chris. Would absolutely love that. That would be fabulous to know. So please, yeah. And I know Alex and Bob and Darshan and Dr. Romano, or excuse me, Dr. Romano, sorry, Rowena, we'll work with y'all on that. On that point, Alex, can you ask Waste Management, who I know is not with us today, and I get it.
Actually, they are.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, I think Kim Ort is, but she's the 818. I don't know if she fell off or not, but she was on the line. Yeah, she's the 818 number. So, but she said she couldn't unmute.
Oh, we've been leaving you out. We want to put you out of business too, Kim. But we wish you luck in the future. Please don't be offended. All right. Well, if y'all can communicate with Kim and our partners at Waste on that front as well. I know that they have not insignificant diversity goals, entity-wide, and it would be great to know what those reports are, or what that looks like. I want to applaud y'all. I do think that the absence of a minimum annual tonnage requirement is extraordinarily meaningful here, at the risk of being master of the obvious. it's important. I think it's important and great that BFI as well as Waste has agreed to that. It's also in your interest. Y'all are obviously partners of ours as well in Recicla, and so you're going to benefit from not sending. I mean, these are different streams, but you get it. I mean, this is part of what we're all trying to navigate in a world of too much waste, so I think that's really meaningful. It also gives the window of opportunity for sanitation to continue to grind towards other opportunities and other ways to deal with our waste. It is it's a daunting contract, but it's a daunting problem. I say daunting just in scope. Jessica hit it. We don't, as much money as we move through this department, we don't often deal with billion-dollar contracts, and this is a big one. And so, but 3,600 tons per day of municipal solid waste is a big challenge, and so that's why we're here. So I will motion to move the item forward with an amendment directing sanitation to continue exploration of alternative technologies, with entities including but not excluding, including but not limited to parties that you are already in conversation with. That's inelegant language for sure. And that you will report to us on progress on those talks periodically.
I'll second that.
Can I, instead of periodically, can we determine like at least semi-annually?
Maybe as part of a semi-annual report back, we make that a last clause to be included in a semi-annual report back on our zero waste progress towards our zero waste goals, which Alex, we will assume will include Recicla report, because I don't think we've actually set or locked in reports on this at this point, have we?
No, and I think that's actually an excellent recommendation, because that's something that Commissioner Davis has been asking us to put this whole ball together and get back. And, unfortunately, Waste Management could not speak, but I think Commissioner Villegas really hit the nail on the head. They are working around their landfill to put some alternative technologies. And the mayor, in his speech of the city address, he talked about hydrogen being the fuel, and the syngas that I wish Dr. Romano would elaborate more on is part of that fuel that could be used from trash. So I know she's so technical sometimes, but she can break it down nicely, what the syngas is and all the stuff. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, great.
Mr. President, this is Fernando Campos, Executive Officer. Would you like to withdraw the motion? Your motion has been seconded by Commissioner Villegas. Would you like to both withdraw that, and then I can restate the potential proposed new amendment to the motion?
Yeah, well, I thought I motioned to approve with the following amendment. But yeah, I'll withdraw my motion. You read
Commissioner Garcia beat you before you made that amendment.
There we go. All right. So yeah, go ahead and use the language for Fernando, please.
So if the original motion is now being removed by President Good and Commissioner Villegas, then the amendment to this item to be approved as amended would be to direct the Bureau of Sanitation to continue exploration on alternative technologies with the entities, including but not limited to those listed on the report. Number two, second amendment is to instruct the Bureau of Sanitation to provide status updates on a semi-annual basis relative to the zero food waste. And number 3, if I can make a friendly amendment, would be to amend the report to include the exhibits transmitted by the Bureau of Sanitation on transmittal number 2.
Yeah.
And those would be the 3 amendments as I've understood them.
My one caveat would be on the First Amendment to say zero waste alternative technologies.
Okay.
Which may
So
be
the First Amendment, just to read it back into the record, the First Amendment direct the Bureau of Sanitation to continue exploration on zero waste alternative technologies with entities included but not limited to the vendors listed in the report.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Ted, any concerns with that amendment?
No, I mean, the principal action is you're approving a contract.
Yep.
These are just sort of ancillary directions for the Bureau to keep on doing things, which in my experience, the Bureau, I mean, these are things that they are constantly working on already. And there's been, RFPs in the past. This is, as you had alluded to, there is a very long history in the city evaluating these kinds of alternative technologies. Technologies that frankly exist in some parts of the world, not here. And so I think I have no issues with your instructions.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Amendment 2, Fernando, Director Campos?
Absolutely. Amendment 2 would be to instruct the Bureau of Sanitation to provide status update reports on a semi-annual basis relative to the zero food waste. And amendment number 3 would be to add the exhibits submitted by the Bureau of Sanitation to transmittal number 2.
Okay. I will motion to approve the item with those 3, as amended with those 3 amendments.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Villegas. Let's actually do a roll call on this one, Dr. Campos.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, doing a voting tabulation for item number 3. President Good.
Aye.
Vice President Garcia.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis. Can you unmute your microphone, please? Dr. Davis.
You got to unmute, Mike.
While he unmutes, I'll go ahead and go to Commissioner Villegas.
Sorry about that. My thing got stuck. I couldn't, it wouldn't move. That is an aye. I was trying very hard.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you for that confirmation, President Pro Tem Davis. And Commissioner Villegas?
Aye.
Commissioner Caloza?
Aye.
Thank you. President Good, that vote passes unanimous, and that report is adopted as amended.
Thank you, Dr. Campos. Thank you, Alex, Bob, Darshna, Rowena. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Coyle. Thank you, Kim from Waste Management, who I'm assuming is hearing, and thank you, colleagues. All right. Thank you all. Have great weekends.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Mr. President, would you like that item to go forthwith?
Oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and approve, being unanimous, we'll approve that and move it forward forthwith.
Great, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take a public caucus, colleagues. This is a very special agenda. Do folks need a 5-minute quick recess?
All right.
I take that as a yes. I'll take that as a yes. Sorry, everyone, but we're going to take another 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 1:45, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
For those members of the general public and staff, city staff that are remaining on the line, the lines do remain open to the general public and are open to council audio. The board will now take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, President Good, we are good. Recording is now confirmed. Would you like me to reestablish quorum?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, President Good. Fernando Campos, Executive Officer, reestablishing quorum for today, May 7th. It's 1:49 p.m. We have President Good, Vice President Garcia, President Pro Tem Davis, and Commissioners Caloza and Villegas. President Good, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to item number 1 for the day. This is the annual publication, Notice of Significant Non-Compliant Industrial Users Regulated in the City of Los Angeles in calendar year 2020, recommending the board, 1, approve publication of the 2020 Public Notice of Significant Non-Compliant Industrial Users, SNIUs, and 2, instruct the Bureau of Sanitation to publish the 2020 Public Notice of SNIUs in a newspaper of general circulation that provides meaningful public notice within the jurisdictions served by the City of Los Angeles. Who is with us today on this item?
Good afternoon, President. This is Manik Mondas. I'll be presenting on that item.
Hi. All right. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Manik Mohandas with Industrial Waste Management Division, LA Sanitation and Environment. We administer the EPA's pre-treatment program by permitting and monitoring the discharge of wastewater from various industrial users and protect the safe operation of conveyance systems and water reclamation plants. We have an inventory of 173 significant industrial users that discharge to the city sewer system. And one of the requirements of the pre-treatment program is that we publish the list of industrial users with significant violations in the local newspaper. This annual publication provides meaningful notice to the general public about environmental issues in their neighborhood. For the year 2020, we have 11 industrial users under significant non-compliance, resulting in an overall compliance rate of 90% for our pre-treatment program. Our program is effective as the compliance rate is above the EPA guideline of 85% compliance rate. We hereby request the board to approve this publication in Los Angeles Times newspaper to inform the general public. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Monique. Any questions, Vice President Garcia?
No questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Villegas?
Yeah, just a clarification. This is so that we are able to include or write up those that have not been, as you're calling it here, like non-compliant. So
Yes.
these are bad users.
Yes, I mean, there are different kinds of violations, and EPA has a bunch of 8 sets of classifications where you can classify a violation as a significant non-compliance. So before an IU can even get published as a significant non-compliant industrial users, they go through a series of steps where they are being made aware of the violations they've had and what steps and measures they could take to avoid such things. So all these requirements of these violations and enforcement complaints are made aware to the industrial users on a regular basis. Our inspectors, when they come across these violations, they communicate and reach out to them. And even when the violations still don't get addressed, myself and my enforcement staff and engineering staff get involved, and then we issue any administrative orders if needed. And then, unfortunately, in spite of all the steps and efforts we take to support the industries and help them come under compliance, some industry users do have some challenges, and they do get published in these local newspapers, which is Los Angeles Times.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I don't have any problems with this. Just, I have one more question.
Sure.
Is this something that's required?
Yes, the pre-treatment program, we are the control authority, or in other words, EPA has delegated the authority to the Regional Water Board, and then the Regional Board delegates it to us, the City of Los Angeles Bureau of Sanitation, and we administer the EPA's pre-treatment program. And one of the requirements of the pre-treatment program is that we publish these significant non-compliant industrial users for the previous calendar year in a local newspaper. Yes, it's an EPA's pre-treatment program requirement.
Okay, and I haven't taken a look at who they are, but do we have any existing contracts with any of these I guess?
I don't think so. I mean, they're all private industrial users. I don't think we have any contracts with any of these industrial users to the best of my knowledge. No.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for your report. I have no more questions.
Thank you. President Pro Tem Davis?
Oh, I'm fine. Great report.
Thank you. And Commissioner Closa?
Thank you, President Good. I have a few questions. Thank you for your report. I understand that we publish this each calendar year. Are there any repeat offenders from last year on this list?
Yes, there are about 5 repeat offenders this year. That's been little more than the usual. And some of the reasons that we have been noticing in this year has been exacerbated to the pandemic conditions where the industrial users had to shut down abruptly due to the COVID, and they had a lot of issues with staffing, getting the contractors maintain their pre-treatment systems, getting laboratories come out and sample their facilities. So many of such facilities have had COVID-related reasoning, and we have really worked hard to accommodate their request. We have had some guidelines from EPA on using our discretionary authority when it comes to enforcement actions. So we have worked with many of these industrial users to accommodate their requests. For example, a couple of industries that are repeat offenders had problems in procuring the equipments to bring their pre-treatment operations into compliance. Though they were published the year before, they had a plan, they had submitted a plan, they were showing good faith effort in implementing their compliance plans, but they ran into issues where they couldn't find the contractors. They were not able to procure the equipments that were needed to bring the facility into permanent compliance. But in the meanwhile, these facilities are also on interim compliance, meaning their discharge is in compliance with the discharge limitations and the pre-treatment programs that are in place. So this hopefully, actually as we speak, 2 of the industries have procured the equipments. They are literally in the very last phase of making those changes. So we just need to go out there, inspect their facilities and close it out. So there has been some progress with some of these repeat offenders we have in the list for this year.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And that is troubling to hear that 5 out of the 11 are repeat offenders from last year. And it seems like you guys are providing them a lot of technical assistance to come into compliance with something that they should have been doing anyway. Are there any fines associated with being on this list, or is that something that is part of LA Sam's work, since we're essentially regulating this for the EPA?
There are no such fines for being on this particular list per se, but we do have SIU fees or significant industrial user fees, and we do have inspection and control fees. So we do have some fees that apply to all the industries in general that discharge to the city sewer system. There are no specific fees that are assessed for being on this non-significant industrial users list.
Okay, and then just one last question for me is how long do we give them to come into compliance? It doesn't seem like there's a hard deadline. People have been repeatedly been put on our list, and I assume that the criteria listed here from E through F, I assume F is the worst and A is least worst, or is that correct?
Sure. I'll address it. So as far as the duration of these compliance schedules, they actually vary depending on the complexity of the system involved in implementing those changes. For example, there are some violations called as non-discharge violations, which is D through F, meaning though they did not discharge a wastewater that had a bad pollutant in it, meaning those are non-discharge, meaning they failed to submit their report on time, which is really unfortunate, but it does happen often due to change in personnel or when the communications were not good, or the management of these industrial users, they scheduled a lab and they were not even aware the lab had an issue to come and sample. So those are the non-discharge violations that you will see on D through F. So for example, if there is a discharge violation where the production has gone up and the pre-treatment system is not able to treat the effluent to the standards that we had required in the permits. So in that case, sometimes they may have to make some short-term changes to it, like changing the chemicals or changing the operations or the treatment durations. But in some cases, they may have to completely bring in a new equipment or relocate the treatment system to a different location to accommodate the changes. So the duration that we give to these industrial users varies. Some of them could be literally a few months. Some of them could be literally a few days, where they could, fix their pH meter, making sure that the chemical dosage are of the right concentration. Maybe they changed the vendor for the chemical, and the new vendor gave a chemical of a different concentration that is not doing the job. So it depends on the issues that we see. We go along with providing adequate time for these industrial users to be in compliance. And answering your second part on the categories of the different classifications or the types of violations, they are all set by EPA. And the first four are A through D, they are discharge violations. And then E through H are the non-discharge violations. So broadly speaking, it's not necessarily A is the highest or the lowest. It depends on what category of classification they fall under.
Thank you, Mr. Mohandas, for that explanation. I'll follow up with you afterward. I am interested in talking to you a little bit more about some of these repeat offenders and what we can do here. But thank you so much for your patience. I know it's been a long day already, and I know you've been waiting, but I appreciate your time.
Not a problem. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. Does anyone else have any questions? All right, I have no questions. Monique, thank you very much for the presentation. And do I have a motion to move the item forward?
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion from Garcia, second by Davis. Any objections or concerns, Villegas or Calosa? All right, hearing no objections, the item is adopted and approved forthwith. Thank you very much, Monique.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, President.
Let's move now, colleagues, to item 4. Item 4 is contract award in CD14, Axiom Group, Olympic Boulevard and Mateo Street improvements rebid. Recommending 1, declare Los Angeles Apartment Corporation, DBA Escobar Construction, second low bidder to be non-responsive as discussed in this report. 2, declare Axiom Group, third low bidder to be the lowest responsible bidder and award Axiom a contract for this project for the total base bid amount of $2,330,993.07 plus $305,649.50 for the additive alternative. And 3, authorize the president or 2 members of the board to execute the contract after approval as to form has been obtained from the city attorney. Work order E6000779. Who is with us today on this item?
Steve Chen with Bureau of Engineering.
Hi, Steve.
Hi. Good afternoon, commissioners. I also have Linda McGlinchey here with me with the Bureau of Contract Administration, so we will be both giving the report. I'll start off and then hand it over to her. So basically, this project, I can give you a little bit of background on the project. We're planning to widen the westbound Olympic Boulevard between Mateo Street and Santa Fe Avenue. It's to add a right turn and also to widen northbound Mateo between Olympic and Porter Street. This is to basically increase the curb return, which allows for better access. We have a lot of large trucks that need to access the freeway, the I-10 freeway just north of just this area, and so they've had difficulties in navigating through these corners. So the project will include removal and construction of asphalt concrete pavement, concrete curb and gutter, modification of storm drain systems and street lighting, as well as traffic lighting, and also includes utility relocation. We are also, as part of the additive alternate item, we are including the installation of 2 dry wells, which is part of the requirement of the stormwater requirement for the nearby asphalt plant, one replacement modernization project. So, like I mentioned, this project was bid with 2 categories of bid items. The first was the total base bid amount, which was essentially the street project. Then we also had an additive alternate bid items, which was the essentially the dry wells and some associated asphalt improvements. And the award was based on the base bid amount alone, without consideration of the additive alternate bid items. So the city engineer's estimate for the total base bid amount was $2,299,813, and we received 6 bids. And at this point, I'll hand the bid review explanation over to Linda McGlinchey.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So as Steve was saying, BCA actually reviewed 3 bids, or began the review of 3 bids. The initial low bidder was Access Pacific. However, they withdrew their bid. That brought us to the second low bidder, who became the first low after the bid withdrawal, and that is Escobar, who happens to be a DVBE and LBE certified contractor. They had pledged 0.48% MBE, 0 WBE, 1.33% SBE, 0% LGBTBE, 1.33% EBE, 0% DVBE, and 25.98% OBE. However, when staff looked at their bid proposal documents and their bid submission, staff found that they had not attended the pre-bid meeting. The bid proposal documents require them to either attend the pre-bid meeting or request a waiver based on their having participated in city-sponsored matchmaking events within the prior 12 months. Staff notified Escobar that they had not met this requirement. They responded that they had, in fact, participated in city matchmaking events. They provided us with a list. However, the matchmaking events that they included in their list were contractor development seminars. Those were not matchmaking events. They had participated in previous Accessing LA events, but those were virtual events. And the issue is the request to get that waiver is based on participating in a prime subcontractor matchmaking to facilitate the utilization of a diverse subcontracting group. So therefore, based on that information, staff remains with their recommendation that Escobar be found non-responsive for failing to pass their BIP evaluation. That brings us to Axiom, our third low bidder, who is a LBE certified firm as well. Axiom pledged 12.01% MBE, 0% WBE, 12.01% SBE, 0% LGBTBE, 0% EBE, 0% DVBE, and 20.66% OBE. Staff reviewed Axiom's bid proposal documents and found them to have met all of the BIP outreach requirements. Therefore, staff is recommending that Axiom be deemed the lowest responsible bidder. Do you have any questions?
I suspect folks will. Linda, thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. I'll start off with Vice President Garcia.
I don't really have any big questions. I know Linda, Linda is our truth on most of this. So I'm sure you've done your homework. So just to get it clear, the contract will now go to Escobar Construction, right?
No, we're recommending that it go to Axiom.
Got it. The other way around. Just flip it around. Okay. No, I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. President Pro Tem Davis? You're muted, Mike.
Yes, I just was asking in terms of process, did we have any protest, Mrs. McGlinchey, from any of those who were competing or any feedback from any of them?
None of the other bidders provided feedback other than Escobar wanting us to reconsider our recommendation with regards to their bid proposal.
Okay, not a problem. All right, I'm fine with the recommendations of the Bureau. I just wanted to have all of the information in terms of the response of those who were competing. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you for that. I don't have any questions either. I'm fine with this.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Coloso?
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions on this. Thanks to BOE and PCA for all your work, and glad to see that Axiom has some good MBE, SBE numbers for their pledge. So thank you, and thanks for waiting.
Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. I do just want, I would like, Linda, can you just walk through again the just the issue around the matchmaking event that Escobar claimed to have been at. By the way, was Escobar notified of this meeting?
I cannot say for sure. Engineering normally, their normal practice is for their project award and control division to send the board report to the affected bidders. But Steve, do you know?
Well, I did follow up with that, and I was told that that's pretty much what Linda had just expressed, that yes, that's a matter of process that we do inform all the bidders prior to it going to the board.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Good, just to clarify, I know it's the Bureau's practice. I think the question is, did we do that specifically in this instance? Not, is it the Bureau's practice to do that, but
yes.
Did in fact they do that?
Yes, Ted. But so Steve, did you say that y'all did do it?
I have to confirm that. Sorry, I don't have that confirmation.
Please do. And while there, Linda, so just help me understand in a very pedestrian way the distinction between the event that Escobar attended or says they attended or they did attend, and what they would have needed to do to qualify for the waiver.
Certainly. So Escobar actually sent a list of several events. That is one of the transmittals. Most of those events were related to a boot camp that the contractor development group, Meriwether and Williams, puts on, which is focused on topics such as how to bid a city project, how to do an estimation to prepare a bid, and other topics as well, surrounding putting together a proposal. They're not matchmaking events. The Escobar did include our two Accessing LA events from last year, the Team With and Rise With events. Neither of those had a matchmaking component, and both were virtual events. So there was no opportunity for them to actually matchmake with any other contractor. The only matchmaking events that we have traditionally had are the Accessing LA Build With events, where we have B2B matchmaking. It's one-on-one matchmaking where a prime is there and they are set up with one-on-one appointments with potential subcontractors based on the scopes of work that they're currently looking for subcontracting in, and those subcontractors fitting what the prime needs. The reason for that is from our ad hoc business advisory committee, as well as other surveys that have been done by the city. We know that prime contractors are not that interested in partnering up on a bid with a company that they've never met before, even though we have a business inclusion outreach. That they want to have some knowledge of the companies that they list in their bids, having gotten to know them, even if it's informally, and that's where the B2B matchmaking, that 15 minutes to have that one-on-one time, opens the door for potential subcontractors to introduce themselves and give the primes more than just a bid for work on a project.
So Linda, thank you. And for the public, if anyone's listening, the B2B is business to business, right?
Yes.
We're basically talking about three types of events. There's this, what do we call it, the bond and I'm sorry, one second. This contractor development and bonding program, which is sort of like a boot camp. It's like 101.
It would be similar to our small business academy.
Okay. And then you have the access events. And then there's specific matchmaking events where it is B2B, as opposed to access, which I know is a much more, it's a broader sort of convening sort of dynamic. So the matchmaking events are specific, where they essentially have B2B. I have fully adopted your nomenclature, Linda. You have the definitive B2B. So there's really three types of events, and they did this, they did not do this, and doing this type that you can get a waiver from the pre-bid requirement for.
Correct.
The policy imperative or the policy objective there being, again, not just sort of a survey of the dynamics of subcontracting, et cetera, but one-on-one connection so that there's a level of familiarity and almost intimacy that lends itself to engagement.
Correct. The actual utilization.
Has Escobar contracted with us in the past?
No, they would have been a first-time bidder if we were recommending them for award.
Okay. Steve, any news on your end?
I haven't heard back, but let me see if I can try to chat with him right now.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to know that. And you said policy is that all parties affected do end up hearing from us, correct?
Yes.
On this.
Commissioner Good, so I'll just be honest with you. My recommendation is that we do not act on this item today because it's not clear to me that Escobar was aware of this hearing. And it is the board's practice, although it's not a legal requirement, but it is our practice to make sure that a contractor knows when a matter like this is going to go forward. Alternatively, it is the Bureau's practice to do these kinds of notifications, and I can tell you from experience that they're very good at that. If you want, you can proceed with taking an action on this matter. However, you can not adopt it forthwith, which would then give the contractor the ability, if it wanted to come back to the board next week. If it's not done forthwith, then the board can bring it up. But however, if you adopt it and it's not adopted forthwith, it's really up to you all to decide to bring it back up again. You could adopt it if that's the action, not do it forthwith, have Escobar reach out, hey, I'm going to show up at the Wednesday meeting, and then it doesn't mean you're required to open it up again. You could just say, hey, sorry, we're not going to reopen it, even though we didn't do it forthwith. So it really comes back down to transparency here. So my recommendation is, if we can't confirm that they were notified, that you continue that until next week and make certain that they're notified. It looks to me like from the staff report that the bid bond, well, at least Axiom's bid bond was extended until I think June 4th. I don't have the date in front of me, which means, can't hear it next week.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, given that, their position that they articulated in the two transmittals, number 4 and 5, particularly number 5 in the report, were that they disagree with the recommendation. So
the rationale that they should have the opportunity to be here.
I think they should, and I don't know that they were notified of the hearing because we can't confirm that.
Steve, again, no word back.
No, sorry, I apologize for that. I just didn't get a chance to confirm prior to the meeting.
I am inclined to agree that I want to confirm that Escobar knew about this meeting. I just think that's important as a matter of practice. Linda, I appreciate very much the detail that you walked through with me on this and us, and I get it. I'd like to at least be sure that the contractor had the opportunity and knew that they could come to the board in that process. And I want to hold, excuse me, just as, even though it's not codified, just as I want to make sure that we're adhering to our own policies in terms of what we require of bidders, I want to also adhere to at least the informal policy of inclusion and transparency for folks who, take issue with this. This is a forum for them to be able to use. So the recommendation is taken friendly. Mr. Jordan, I would move to continue this. Are there any objections from anyone? Okay. So Dr. Campos, let's continue this to next Friday.
Great, thank you. We will continue the item to Friday, May the 14th.
Okay. And then Mr. Chen, can you please?
Yes, I will definitely make the confirmation. I'm actually could probably find out later today but I understand we have to act on this now. So.
Okay. Thank you. If not, then let's make sure that they know that the meeting will take. This will be on the agenda next Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Linda, very much. And we'll hear this again next Friday. Thank y'all. Have great weekends. All right, colleagues, let's go to item number 6. No, we've done 6. No, we haven't done 6. And I think this is what Wes has been waiting very, very patiently for. Item number 6, and I'm sorry, Wes. CD14, revocable permit, encroachment in the public right-of-way, 3rd Street Tunnel at Flower Street, Heart of Los Angeles public art installation. Recommending the board, 1, authorize the city engineer to issue a revocable permit, R permit, to encroach within the public way, subject to the conditions listed. Encroachments: A, Heart of Los Angeles sign to be mounted on existing concrete wall. B, neon glass light tubes. How you doing, Wes?
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Good. I just got the confirmation just now.
Oh.
We did get that they were notified.
That they were notified?
Yes, they were notified.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So procedurally, Commissioner, I think you could reconsider the action that you took to continue the item. And if upon reconsideration, the decision is to not continue the item, you can go forward.
So, Dr. Campos, do I need to motion to reconsider? Because that is what I wanted to hear.
Yes, we would require a motion to reconsider the item and put it back on the table for this board to consider. However, just to note, item number 6 is the item before you at this time.
I know. All right, stay tuned, Steve. All right, so item number 6. Wesley, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. The item before you is a public art installation at the 3rd Street Tunnel, just east of Flower Street. It's a local artist. It's located in Council District 14. It's a local artist. His name is Tony Di Pietro. It's kind of a thoughtful plan. It is, I believe, figure 3 in the report. It consists of neon lights and sign that's called the Heart of LA. It's proposed to be a temporary installation for about 3 years. The Bureau of Engineering is doing a review of the structural anchors to the tunnel and then about the electrical. The contractor that's installing it is going to be responsible for the maintenance. And Nate Hayward of CD14 is very supportive of this project. So we are recommending approval of this revocable permit for this installation.
Thank you, Wes. Questions, colleagues? Vice President Garcia?
Thank you, President Good. I'm familiar with this project, actually. Wesley, thank you for bringing it up to the board. I see that under conditions on page 2, we, BSL, I'm sorry, I thought it was on page 2, maybe I'm wrong now. I lost it. There's conditions where BSL has to come in and check. I guess my overall question is, I should just reframe this. My overall question, are these conditions still subject before the installation goes on, or have these conditions been met already?
Normally these conditions need to be met before the actual construction. So this is just for the revocable to authorize the encroachment, and then we'll move forward with construction.
Okay, so if this gets approved and we move through the process, how long thereafter do you project that we would have this installation up and going?
So there is a construction permit associated with this. It's a B permit, which allows our plan checkers to review, along with, as you mentioned, street lighting. We usually use them to review electrical plans. So once the plan review is completed, then it can go to construction.
So time-wise?
We're hoping it doesn't take long, but it's difficult to give an actual date because plan review is an iterative process where if there's corrections needed, it needs to go back to the designer and then revisions come back to us. So it is hard to say, but we have given this priority, so our plan checkers do know this is a high priority project.
Okay. Thank you for that, Wesley, and thank you for being with us this long as well.
Yeah, sure.
That's all from me, President Good.
Thanks, Vice President Garcia. Commissioner Davis.
I'm okay on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, and thank you, Wesley, for the report. I'm fine with this item too. It's nice to see that we're going to have beautiful colors on that historic bridge as we enter it. It's just really lovely, just the images that you shared with us. I'm excited about the project. So many people drive through there, so it's nice to see that it'll be viewed and shared by so many. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Villegas. And Commissioner Coloso.
Thank you, President Good. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Kanjuri, for hanging in there and for presenting this item and all your team's hard work on this. I also wanted to recognize Mr. Adolfo Nadal, who is also on the Zoom, who has been leading this project. He's somebody who's been with the city family for quite some time. Formerly with us, he used to be the general manager of the Department of Cultural Affairs and served in different commissions, sister cities, you name it, he's done it. And I know that he's been installing a lot of neon lights in Cuba as well as in other parts of our community. So thank you for your leadership on this. And I look forward to seeing this art installation in place. There he is. And for all your hard work on this, thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Hanging in there though for the past 5 hours with us. Sorry.
No questions either. This looks beautiful. I love the picture.
If I could just, thank you, Commissioners. If I could just, Tori DiPietro is the artist, and she's with us also. And she's a young artist from East LA that is doing something really wonderful for the city. Over the last couple of years, 2020 and 2021 has been great in terms of providing energy for citizen artists around the country that are creating beautiful works of art to talk about what we've been going through, and that's what this piece is all about. And Tori, if you could show your face, it'd be wonderful. I don't know if you can do that, but this is just one of those many artworks that you see around the country that are making comments about their story right there about COVID-19 and what we've gone through, and all the social justice issues that are happening in this country. So we're really very lucky to have Tori create this thing and donate it to the city, or make it available to the city as a gift. And that's what it's all about. I'm here working for her, and I'm very, very happy to make this project happen. I will tell you that we're in a hurry to get it done. This is supposed to be a pandemic response piece, but we're almost at the end of the pandemic. So we're going to hopefully have it done by June 19th, which is Juneteenth Day, and we're going to create an East LA Juneteenth festival at the site. So to further celebrate the city. So thank you for your support on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Nadal. Thank you, Ms. DiPietro. You want to say anything?
Just thank you for considering my project and letting me light the city up.
It's great. It's beautiful. I mean, or at least the mock-up. Can't wait. And June that's fantastic. So so let's move. I got a motion to get this thing through.
We got a forthwith.
Let's see here. I have a motion.
Second.
I got a motion from Vice President Garcia, seconded by President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Colosa, Villegas, any concerns?
None.
All right, hearing no concerns or objections, Mr. Nadal, the item is adopted and approved forthwith. Thank you, and thank you, Ms. DiPietro, and thank you, Wes, and good stuff. Can't wait to see it. Cannot wait to see it. It's great.
Appreciate it.
Thank y'all very much. And thanks for joining us. All right. I would like to introduce a motion to reconsider item number 4. Dr. Campos?
Second.
I have a second from President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have any objections to reconsidering? Okay. So once again, item 4 is a contract award, Axiom Group, Olympic Boulevard and Mateo Street improvements. Recommending the board, 1, declare, do I need to reread all this, Dr. Campos? No. All right. So do I have a motion to move this item? Everyone's heard, Steve, you have confirmed that all parties involved, including Escobar, were notified of this hearing.
Yes.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the item?
So move.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. Objections, Garcia or Villegas? Just for kicks, we're going to do a roll call. President or Dr. Campos, can you do a roll call for us?
Absolutely. Motion before you is to approve item number 4, moved by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Colosa. We will now begin to take the roll call or vote tabulation. President Good?
Aye.
Vice President Garcia?
Aye.
President Pro Tem Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Villegas?
Aye.
And Commissioner Colosa?
Aye.
President Good, this motion carries unanimous and it's approved.
All right. And we'll adopt that forthwith. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, colleagues. All right. Let's then go to item that brings us to item 7. Item 7 is in CD 15. This is a request to revise task order solicitation for Alameda Street widening from Anaheim Street to 300 feet south of Pacific Coast Highway project. Recommending the board authorize the revision of the TOS number of 115 to TOS 119 for the Alameda Street widening from Anaheim Street to 300 feet south of Pacific Coast Highway. Steve, this is your, because this is
correct.
Yeah.
Again, yeah. Thank you, President Good. This is Steve Chen with Bureau of Engineering. This is just motion just to request that the task order solicitation number 115 that was issued to JMD off the pre-qualified on-call bridge and civil engineering support services consultants list for the project Alameda Street from Anaheim to 300 feet south of Pacific Coast Highway. That due to a clerical error, there was a duplicate assigned the task number 115 to this project as well as another task order. And so therefore we would like to reassign the task order 115 to task order number 119 for this project, so there's no confusion between the two different task orders. Yeah, and that's basically the request.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So we basically have a typo. Is that?
Yeah. There's a yeah.
Okay. I'll motion to approve. Do I have a second? Colosa?
Second.
Thank you. Any objections, Garcia, Davis, or Villegas?
No objections from me.
None for me.
And I'm gonna, wait, did we lose Teresa? Looks like we lost her. Okay. But we have quorum, so we have no objections. So Dr. Campos will go ahead and move forward, and we'll adopt the item forthwith.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
All right. It brings us to item 8. Item 8 is for Office of Community Beautification update. Paul Roch, our director of the Office of Community Beautification. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How is everybody doing?
Lovely.
Been a long but interesting day. So, yeah, Paul Roch, director of the Office of Community Beautification, here to provide a quick update on some of the activities and projects that OCB has been involved in recently. I think it's been about 6 months since the last time OCB provided our update to the board. So I'm going to look back on some of our highlights over the past half year and look a little bit into the future as well. Starting with the work of our contractors for graffiti removal and public right-of-way cleanup services, we've looked at the amount of work that they completed through the first 10 months of the current fiscal year. So through April of 2021, and extrapolated those numbers out to see sort of what numbers they're going to end up with at the end of the current fiscal year, at the end of June. So based on those first 10 months, looking to the next 2 months, OCB contractors for graffiti removal are on pace to remove 36 million square feet of graffiti from 565,000 locations throughout the city. Compared to the previous year, when they removed 28 million square feet of graffiti from 508,000 locations, we're looking at an increase of about 8 million square feet and 57,000 more locations than the previous fiscal year. In terms of public right-of-way cleanup, OCB contractors are on pace to clean 6,835 locations by the end of June, picking up 134,900 bags of trash, litter, and debris from along the public right-of-way, as well as over 31,000 large discarded items also from along the public right-of-way. For most of the year, obviously, because of the pandemic, we have not had very many volunteer cleanup events. However, it does seem that things are opening up a bit, and volunteers have expressed an interest in springing into action. Last month, as part of a project with Keep America Beautiful, we supported a cleanup project that was coordinated by the Los Angeles Rams, sort of along Manchester and Western Avenue. We had a couple of the Rams players out there, some of their employees, and their mascot as well. This month, Commissioner Calosa is spearheading a series of cleanup projects as part of the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, which OCB is proud to support and participate in. We have several council offices and neighborhood groups that are coordinating events, and OCB has developed a series of safety protocols for all of our volunteers to follow when participating in these events. Over the past few months, I think everybody is aware that, led by Commissioner Garcia, we've supported the Rain Barrel Giveaway Program. We conducted, I believe, 8 events across the city, distributed about 800 rain barrels to residents of the city of Los Angeles, and formed a unique partnership between the private sector with Coca-Cola, the Board of Public Works, OCB, the Bureau of Sanitation, and the LAUSD. They were very successful projects. We got a lot of positive feedback from the rain barrel distribution events. Coming up in the next couple of weeks, Keep Los Angeles Beautiful will be hosting our 3rd annual citywide beautification conference. We did miss last year due to COVID, but we're back this year with the conference being conducted virtually online for the first time. In terms of staff for OCB, Virginia Valencia retired as part of the SIP program in March, leaving OCB with no administrative position at this time. So OCB staff has been picking up the slack. And I do want to express thanks to Fernando for making Tessa Swift available to help us with pulling some of the phone messages off of our general information number. She's been doing a really good job of that and helping us clear a backlog of calls that we had as well. Anna Huizar, one of our staff people, went out on maternity leave last week, so we will be down her position for at least the next 3 months, perhaps a little bit longer. But looking ahead to the next fiscal year, the mayor's budget has proposed some significant funding increases for both the public right-of-way cleanup and graffiti removal work. With this additional funding, we estimate that our nonprofit community-based organizations should be able to hire an additional 200 people to provide public right-of-way cleanup service and about 40 additional persons to provide graffiti removal, including the implementation of a pre-apprenticeship program for the graffiti abatement work. The goal of these additional funds is not only to provide the additional resources to clean and beautify Los Angeles, but also to provide both short-term and long-term job opportunities to residents in the city. It's certainly going to be an interesting and exciting year coming up, and OCB will be ready for the challenge ahead of us. I want to thank the board for your support, and I'm available for any questions or comments that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Colleagues, questions? Commissioner Villegas?
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Rutch, for that report. Sorry you had to stick around this long. At this point, nobody has any questions.
Okay.
Look, a lot of work is going on right now.
Yes, it is.
Amazing, just to, I was honored to join, the API event on Sunday that Commissioner Colosa did, and just your staff was out there. We have so much equipment. So impressed. Sorry, as I think there's a truck or something passing by. Just opened up the window in my room. But I just am really impressed with your staff. I'm glad I was able to participate. I'm looking forward to seeing, so many changes this year just with the budget, and there's so much more augmentation just to be able to do more, more cleanups, and just the level of graffiti that all the contractors are doing. I know that you're always checking on them and just communicating constantly with them, because that we'll ask, questions and such. But I really appreciate, I don't have any, I don't have any questions, but it's just what you're doing is a lot. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Commissioner Closer.
Thank you, President Good. I echo Commissioner Villegas's sentiments. OCB, we knew a ton of work was coming your way. We didn't, I don't think, quite anticipated it would come this fast when we were, going over some of the pilot programs for graffiti abatement and some of the work on performance metric. I don't think we anticipated that work to hit quite as quickly as it did, but the OCB team has been great. I think Mr. Roch has been doing a great job in directing their team to help with all of our efforts to clean up our communities as we reopen. So really thank you all for your support for Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and I just look forward to seeing the fruits of your labor, and all these new programs are going to put young people to work and clean up our neighborhoods at the same time. So it's really, really exciting, and I'm so glad that OCB is part of the Public Works team.
Okay, President Pro Tem Davis. You're muted, Mike.
Again, no, I'm fine. I'm fine on this item, and glad that we're able to move the work along, and glad that Tessa is helping to move the agenda.
Yep, absolutely. Me too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Again, thank you, Tessa. All right, Vice President Garcia. No, Vice President Garcia had to leave us, so that covers. Yeah, no questions, Paul. We've got a lot of work to do. You're doing a lot of work, and we have a lot to do.
Coming up.
Yeah, and if this budget is approved, a whole bunch of good stuff to do. So thanks for the report, and we'll talk very soon. Have a good week.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Thank you, sir. All right. Next up, we have Mr. Maxwell. Always a pleasure to give us a status update on major upcoming street improvement projects. Hello, Orlando. How are you?
Good afternoon, President Good, Commissioners, Bureau Representatives, and Dr. Campos. I am Orlando Maxwell, Superintendent with Streets Renewal Division of Streets LA. This information is being provided to keep the public informed on the upcoming resurfacing projects and to minimize the impact on the community as well as delays. For additional information or concerns, you can contact our coordinating section for the Street Renewal Division at area code 213-847-3200. There are no major street projects scheduled in the Metro resurfacing region during the week of 5/16 through 5/22. However, we will provide an update on our 2021 pavement preservation program. The following major streets project is scheduled in the Valley resurfacing region during the week of 5/16 through 5/22. Saturday, May 15th through Sunday, May 16th, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., we will cold mill and pave Benedict Canyon Drive from Libe Drive to Portola Drive in CD5, our Bel Air Beverly Crest Neighborhood Council, funded by our Pavement Preservation Program. During the week of May 16th through May 22nd, we have scheduled to complete in the Valley and Metro regions 20 projects for a total of 16.84 lane miles. The press releases were distributed and notifications have been issued. Streets LA has coordinated with the council offices to assist with outreach to stakeholders. We have coordinated with the Los Angeles Department of Transportation for traffic control assistance. This information is also available on our Streets LA website using the resurfacing open projects icon. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Orlando. Any questions, Commissioner Closa?
No questions for me, but thank you, Mr. Maxwell, for all your patience. I feel like we owe you like lunch or something one of these for your patience every Friday, but you're still so jolly and happy every time you give us the report, no matter what time it is.
Orlando had plenty of time for lunch. We had him sitting for. Thank you, Commissioner Closa. President Pro Tem Davis?
Yes, sir. Any questions? No, none of the report. Great report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And Commissioner Villegas?
And no questions from me either. Thank you so much for your background.
Thank you. No questions for me, Orlando. Thank you as always. You have a great weekend, okay?
You too. Thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy. All right. Last item for the day, item number 10, City Trees, Bureau of Street Services. I think Dave Miranda is on there. Hello, Mr. Miranda.
Hello, good afternoon, President Good, board members, commissioners, and Dr. Campos, and everyone joining us this afternoon. David Miranda, once again, Urban Forestry Division Field Operations Manager. Very proud and honored to present the Bureau of Street Services, Streets LA Urban Forestry Division oral report for fiscal year 2021 from July 1st to present. UFD provides tree care needs by deploying 5 trimming crews, 2 removal crews, 1 planting crew, 4 watering crews, 5 demand crews to respond to MyLA 311 requests. Emergency requests, UFD received a total of 9,669 tree emergency and 4,960 obstruction requests for a total of 14,629 total tree emergency tree-related work that were received and completed. Our goal is always to maintain outstanding service to all community members. Our tree trimming for fiscal year 2021 to date, UFD has a goal to trim 27,500 trees. UFD secured an additional funding for street lighting assessment to trim an additional 2,500 trees for a total of 30,000 trees for this fiscal year. To date, UFD trimmed a total of 24,301 trees and is on target to accomplish the tree trimming set goal. Tree and stump removals. UFD is actively engaged in removing dead, dying, diseased trees and stumps prevalent citywide. UFD has a set goal to remove 1,700 trees and stumps this fiscal year. As of this date, UFD removed 2,140 trees and 2,347 stumps. UFD surpassed our set goals and continues to remove dead, dying, and structurally unsound trees, consistent with our current staffing and resources available. I'm going to move on to our landscape medians. fiscal year 2021. Early this fiscal year, 2021, the Board of Public Works approved 4 landscape maintenance contracts for all landscape medians. 4 contractors were awarded contracts to service approximately 10.5 million square feet of medians once every 10 weeks. Funding was secured to ensure uninterrupted service of the landscape medians through this fiscal year. The recently released budget identified funding to continue maintenance throughout the next fiscal years as well. Current tree inventory. The city's tree inventory started in October of 2019, spearheaded by David Resources Group, and as of April 19, 2021, there have been 328,622 sites collected with 230,562 live trees. DRG completed the data collection and tree inventory for 34 of the 99 certified neighborhood councils. 1/3 of UFD continues to receive weekly progress reports from DRG, which provides UFD valued information. 34 completed neighborhood council tree inventory reports are available to the public on the Bureau of Street Services website, along with an online map of the inventory trees. Tree Summit. On May 21st, 2021, Streets LA will be conducting our 3rd annual virtual Tree Summit. Streets LA is working in collaboration with Rachel Malarick, LA City Forest Officer, in the preparing of this year's program, identifying topics and presenters for the event. Considering the current drought, this year's topic will be in relationship of trees and water. Streets LA is doing its best to ensure another informative and successful tree summit this year. Tree planting. Streets LA UFD continues its efforts to sustain the tree planting population by planting new trees. The planting goal for UFD's fiscal year 2021 is 900. UFD planted a total of 877 trees, including 294 trees for the tree planting guarantee fee program to date. Bureau of Street Services Urban Forestry Sidewalk Repair Program, fiscal year 2021. All work combined, Streets LA UFD crews trimmed and root pruned 443 trees, removed 58 trees, 63 stumps, and replanted 116 trees. The Sidewalk Repair Program Tree Watering Crew, SRP Tree Watering Crews, currently watering and maintaining 1,482 trees planted citywide. In the BOE Sidewalk Repair Program, BSS inspected 124 rebate sites to date. Access request assessments, UFD inspected 505 sites to date. And the last item here is UFD typhus response. Urban Forestry Streets LA team, Urban Forestry Division with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, qualified personnel performed 451 Bureau exclusions using 995 square feet of wire mesh, 5.1 tons of cold patch, 26 wild covers were removed, as well as 15 metal tree guards, which were not only damaging trees, but harboring the rodents. And this concludes the report by Urban Forestry Division.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Commissioner Close, any questions?
Thanks, President Good. No questions for me. Thank you for the report, Mr. Miranda, and nice to see a summary of UFD's hard work over the last few months. Thank you so much.
Thank you. President Pro Tem Davis? There you go.
I'm sorry, almost there. No question from me. I'm fine on it, on the report. Thank you.
Commissioner Megan?
I don't have any questions, but it's evident now with the budget meetings that a lot of the council members, they're not asking about paving, they're asking about trees. And you know, your report is full of data and, you know, a lot of action. So that just goes to show that our public rights of way, or all of our streets, they're like, you know, we need to do a lot of work, and it seems like we're on that path. So thank you for your report.
Thank you. Yeah, David, ditto, no questions. I would just build on one thing that Commissioner Villegas said, which is that your report is chock full of data. and I'm an old man who can't really follow verbal data that well. I'm wondering and would ask if you would mind sending an email, transcribing your notes in an email to us, just so I could actually look at those numbers, because I start losing my way as you're reading through them. So it'd be great to be able to read them.
Okay, great. I will for the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. And that's just the prolific nature of the work you're doing. So it's helpful. So thank you, David. All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend. I look forward to that. Anything else, colleagues? All right. Given the hour, I'm going to go ahead and cancel management for today, unless there's anything burning where there's objections from any of our colleagues.
No, we're all going to keep our mouth shut.
Literally, no one responds with anything but a chuckle. It was a meeting with substantive. We had a lot of we had items to discuss.
Yes.
And we had a great celebration at the beginning. Look, y'all, I feel like there's this interesting unspoken idea that our meetings should be like brief, and I think we need to do our work. So if that means longer meetings, it means longer meetings. If it means shorter meetings, it means shorter meetings. But I'm always going to make sure and afford y'all and myself the space to do our jobs. So and we get to spend time together, and eventually that'll be in person. So, all right. With that, Dr. Campos, the decks are cleared.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I feel like I can infer from responses the lack of necessity for a management meeting tonight, this afternoon, tonight being a Freudian slip. This meeting is adjourned. Y'all have a great, great weekend. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Feel better, Dr. Campos. Get some rest.
All right.